Hello. Welcome to Cakes by You. Just finishing getting fully set up. Hopefully all people are joining me. I'll pull up the chat over here additionally. Today, I'm multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube. So I'm gonna pull up my dashboard real quick. Let's see. One moment. Got all our appliances charged. And got a couple of fresh batteries on deck for the camera, so that's good. Here we go. And we're in. My screen's a little dusty up top. That's okay. All right. So, whoops. Yeah, I'll have this over here. And actually I'm gonna put it up front because I want to make sure I don't miss anybody. And yesterday it was like slightly to the side of my line of sight, and so I don't want to miss any chats that pop up. So the closer the better. Here you go. Sweet. Let's adjust the brightness so the battery doesn't die super quickly. Probably stream for a couple hours today. That's been the norm thus far. I want to knock out a few different, few unique cake designs today and take a couple photos of them. So I'm just going to be using this cake. I'll do a design. We'll appreciate it. I'll get some photos of it for a little promo I'm doing, and then we'll scrape it and then do another design. So that'll be kind of fun. The one I'm most excited about today is going to be a piece of heart cake inspired by Zelda. So that'll be fun. That's the one I'm most excited about because I made a little extra special feature for that one. It's not like super crazy, but I have a little silicone heart mold and I made a little glossy hard candy center for it so that it has like a shiny finish on it. The rest of the design will be buttercream, but I feel like that'll kind of like, you know, sell the, you know, because the heart pieces have kind of like a glass looking to them, or a crystal, like they look like a crystal in some games, or they look like a little glass container. But yeah, I'm gonna have this bad boy over here for if I need a photo reference. And then we got chat up for YouTube Live and Twitch. So, right before I get started, the last thing I need to do is grab my headphones. I'm setting everything up myself today. I usually have had some help the last few times I've gone live, so pardon the delay. Just grab those really quick so I can check on the audio occasionally. Because that way I can check in from the iPad just to be sure nothing's too loud and I can adjust as needed. Also the fun challenge today is going to be making sure I keep peeping the battery levels and not letting the camera die. I can swap the battery quickly, but I just need to be sure that I'm keeping an eye on it. So that's today's challenge. I've had a lovely assistant the last handful of times that I've been streaming, but today I'm going solo. So we'll see how that goes. I'm gonna swap the headphones to the iPad so I can check in on the audio as needed, and then we're gonna get started. Today the lineup is gonna be like a few different Valentines inspired designs, and I'm gonna offer it like as a promo, you know, for the holiday, and see if I get any orders from that, from the community, and just like local community. This isn't like an online promo, like not at all. So then yeah, get some photos, and I'm going to do the heart piece design. I think a conversation heart design, like those little heart-shaped candies, in pastel colors, and then it just has like a simple message piped on it, and then the person can choose their little message like LOL, love you, etc. And then I have a couple other ideas too, like maybe like a groovy design with like different concentric hearts and some daisies piped on just for sillies, and maybe like what people are calling like a vintage buttercream design. So a lot of those, it's usually like a taller cake and you have a lot of stuff going on the sides. Most of the bulk of the decorating on this cake today is going to be on the top. So, and speaking of which, I think we'll drop this down maybe at table level so you can see more what I'm doing on the top. But right now, while we're base frosting and stuff, it'll be okay. Let's see, gotta hook up the headphones and then get started. Hi Caillou, welcome back. Yeah, it's cake time. I got started just like a little bit earlier today, so that's good. I'm getting quicker at getting everything set up, I think. So, but welcome in. Yeah, today should be fun. Well, it'll be fun for me. It's going to be like just a cool creative exercise to make something, swipe it off and get a clean slate, and then make another design. I think I'll do probably 4 unique designs. And yeah, I'm gonna focus on the Valentine's Day stuff, and then we had some lovely suggestions yesterday for maybe a cake I'll do on Friday. We were talking about doing a Stitch from Lilo and Stitch. Might do that one on Friday because that sounds pretty fun. Like a mini cake, not like a full like sculpted cake, but like a little Stitch with his head and his ears. That would be really cute. Okay, multitasking. I'm not very good at that. Pulling up settings. One moment, bear with me. Oh yeah, I wanted to say thanks. I saw somebody posted it on Reddit. I think it was maybe you. And then I got a bunch of really nice comments. That was so sweet. I saw the link and then some followers. So like, thanks for doing that. That was really cool and exciting that it reached more people after the stream was over. So yeah, solid. Appreciate the support and getting him out there, especially since his reign was so short-lived. So I'm glad that he reached more people in his, fantastic but short lifespan. I just updated the iPad and my phone, and so like my icons look different, and so it's throwing me off for a second. Okay, here we go, and perfect. It's working. Getting connected. Yes, I was looking into more of that last night, where you can there's like a tool in there where you can automatically send the clips to the YouTube and TikTok. I have an existing TikTok and Instagram, and so I need to like start sending some clips over there. That would be really cool. I'm gonna start trying to utilize more of the tools that are available on Twitch because it seems very user-friendly. That would be pretty sick. So I gotta get down to business and get real serious about that kind of stuff. Okay, headphones. I forgot to turn them on. That's why they weren't connecting. Wow. Really killing it today already. Okay, we're connected. The headphones. Good deal. I just wanted to check the audio just to be sure that the music is going. Alright, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna double check the music from the desktop really quick. Yeah, the audio levels are going. I'm just not hearing it over here yet. Oh, it's on mute, that's why. Where'd it go? There's gonna be a weird delay, but that's okay. says they're connected. What am I doing? Being slow, being an old lady. Okay. Let's see. Double check it over here before I get started. That would be kind of embarrassing to get started and have everything not running at full speed. Yeah, okay, so we got music going and audio's not too loud. I guess we're gonna get started. Cool. Alrighty, so I'm gonna start with the conversation heart. That one is gonna be the simplest one. I'm going to do it in, I think, light purple, and then the text on those little conversation hearts is always pink, and then I'll offer it in different colors, like based on, like, you know, people can choose what they want on it, but we have to decide what message I'm going to put on this one for people to see for the example. So that's fun. I got a couple different colors down here today, pink and purple. Yeah, pink and purple. Whoops. And yeah, we'll start with purple today. I think that'd be fun. Plus I got plenty of extra purple frosting on deck, if anything goes awry, if it goes amiss. But yeah, so I'm going to do just a quick base ice with this, or not a base ice, I'm going to do like the full icing start to finish with this since it's a small cake. Just make a nice smooth coat and a message and move on to the next one. Keep it rolling. But yeah, I ate my half of the Rossetti last night after hopping off here. I didn't have a big lunch, so I was starving, so we walked and got some curry at a place nearby, and then got back and I was chilling for a minute and had ate half of the Rossetti cake, and it was really good. I was curious to see because it was a cake layer that I had baked a while ago. I had an extra one and I just wrapped it and kept it in the freezer until I needed it for something, and it came in handy, which is cool. And it had been in there. Like, you can store cake if you wrap it well. You can store cake up into the freezer for like months without any noticed degradation of flavor or texture and quality. Yeah, and I like started eating it. I was like, dang, this tastes like super good. Like no qualms from me anyway. No worries. It was still super moist, and the chocolate one is like a really moist recipe. So I'm glad that it stood up. It was a good tester for me just to be sure, like, you know, making sure that the quality holds up if I do have extra cakes that I freeze. So it's a good quality assurance kind of session. So a win-win. I got to eat some cake. He didn't go to waste. And oh, my husband bailed on eating his half and he took it to work to give it to somebody else, which is like fine, but I was like, I thought we were in this together. But you know, he's being good. He's trying to eat a little better lately, which is good. I mean, it's always good not to like eat too much sugar, but it was a nice treat last night. Hi, Raining Angel, welcome back. I'm great. How are you? We're just getting started here, doing some like a little variety of heart-shaped designs for like a Valentine's Day promo I want to offer. And so I wanted to get some photos of actual cakes. Sometimes I'll just do like a mock-up on Procreate, but with these especially, I want it to be very apparent like what sizes it's gonna be, so like people have a scale. So I can put my hand next to it, or I have a little cute tape measure and stuff. So the cake, because we're just gonna decorate this one and we'll scrape it off and then decorate it again a couple times. The cake I'm decorating today is a 5-inch, but I will offer it in 2 additional sizes, which will be cool. Oh good, I'm glad you're doing well. And it's nice to see you back in here. But yeah, I'm gonna offer it in 2 additional sizes, but I feel like most of the people around here, especially like families that live on the base near us, are, you know, small family units, so they don't want like a big giant 10-inch cake or something. Or if this is like a, you know, something someone's picking up for their significant other or something like that, it'll be good to have a smaller, just like 2-person sharing option. So I'm trying to think about that, like be mindful in my approach when I do stuff like this. So and give people options, but also, you know, narrow it down to where the prep makes sense, you know, like only offer a certain range of colors if you're going to expect a lot of orders at the same time. Yeah, I hope so. I hope I could, you know, generate some interest. That would be nice. The frosting's really smooth. I'm excited. I just really love this recipe. Oh, that is one thing. I need to get a little piece of tape, because every time I decorate smaller cakes on this particular cake table, it's they slide around more. I have a separate cake table, like turntable, and it has like some little silicone patches on it that are a little more grippy, but that one is kind of noisy. So I wasn't gonna use that one when I'm like recording. That one is handy. It also has, I'll probably bring it on screen at some point for like if I need it. It also has a function where you can tilt the board, and so like those, like the whole cake table, you can, you know, set it in place to where it's not rotating anymore, and then you can tilt it. So like if you're writing on top of the cake, you can tilt it towards you, or if you need to tilt the side to where it's facing you more readily. That's a pretty sick feature. But it is noisy because it's made of plastic, so it doesn't glide silently like this one does. This one's nice though, I like this one. And it just looks a little more sleek, a little less chunky. And heart cakes are fun. Cause, I mean, it's, you know, every different shaped cake is a challenge in its own way. There's always like different problems. But this one's kind of nice because when I do a round cake, I try to do my final like smoothing with the cake scraper all in one go. But since this has 2 halves to it, you kind of can do 1 half and then, you know, reset yourself and then do the other half, which is sometimes nice, sometimes tricky if you're having trouble like the seam. Another thing I've noticed with heart cakes is with the base shape of the cake, you always want to make the V at the top more pronounced. And by that I mean like you want to, I mean there are existing heart-shaped cutters and cake pans, but I always cut an extra notch out at the top because the shape loses a little definition when you add the buttercream, and so you want to be sure that it still has like a nice, you know, divot at the top when you're finished adding the buttercream, so it's like recognizable as a heart shape and not just like a teardrop. Like you don't want your divot at the top to totally disappear. But yeah, I need my big scraper, which I know I put somewhere. It's right in front of me. So this is actually like a computer desk, which is funny because you know how some computer desks have that little tray on the back for like cable management and stuff like that, or like to set a router maybe, I don't know. I'm sure it has multiple uses, but since the back of the computer desk is facing me, I've been using that little tray for like squirreling away my tools or whatever I need. But yeah, I hope everybody's day is going well so far. Hey, Savage Pancake! Oh, it went really well. He turned out really cute in the end. and we cut him open at the end of stream. And then I was just talking about, I had some of him, I ate some of him later that night because he was chocolate. I was like, yeah, I'll have some chocolate cake. Yeah, that was really tasty and fun. Before, I can't remember at what stage he was at when you signed off, but before we cut him, I piped some little blue buttercream teardrops under his eyes, and then the knife came down, and that was a wrap for old Rossetti. It was fun though, and he was delicious. I still have his helmet though. I haven't eaten his helmet because it's white chocolate. I'll save it for later. But yeah, it's just sitting in the kitchen. I'm like, you know, a little memory of what was. That's okay. I'm glad you're back though. You didn't miss a whole lot. Plus I think it's still on, I know Twitch only keeps videos like VODs for 7 days, but if you want to go see what he looked like in the end, it's on YouTube. So if you want to see, there's also some clips of the cutting that, so it's like if you just want to see the final result, those are floating around too. And this one, I'm debating whether or not I want to put like sprinkles around the bottom or just leave it like a perfect little, you know, crisp looking purple heart cake. It looks a little more pink on camera, but it's actually more of a lilac color in person. I need to decide what message I'm gonna pipe on here. I might just do like love you or be mine or something like that, something silly. Yeah, we'll see. This one will be convenient, or this like set of cakes will be convenient because I have like the perfect variety of sizes for this one. So this one I used my largest heart-shaped cookie cutter, I think it's this one, to like cut him out from a sheet cake. But then for the larger sizes, I do have a 7-inch heart pan and a 9-inch heart pan, so I can easily offer different sizes without too much fuss, really. But yeah, if I had to guess, I'm thinking this one's gonna be the main one that catches people's eye. Well, I guess somebody could have a little party or a school party or something if they're, might pick the larger size, I don't know. I'm thinking the small one's gonna be the most popular. We will see though. Wait for somebody to prove me wrong. Oh yeah, you're shoveling. Did you at least get it cleared off pretty well? Hopefully it's not gonna like dump more snow on you and ruin all your hard work. Oh, you only saw the brown tower with a nose. Okay, yeah. So there was, yeah, quite a bit more happened for Rossetti after that. Sorry, I just saw that come in. Yeah, all his clothes came together nicely, which was fun. And also, I was cracking up because I think Caillou posted it to Reddit, and everybody was saying like, oh, I like that buttercream, like forget fondant kind of stuff. Like people, there was definitely some buttercream lovers, fondant haters who had said, you know, cool that it was a fondant, or sorry, cool that it wasn't a fondant design. Which, yeah, it's neat to kind of plan those out in buttercream rather than fondant, because I feel like that's the default for most people when it's like a shaped cake like that. But yeah. Okay, so this one's looking really nice on the sides, and I just need to kind of smooth in the top edge. Yeah. I was checking in on my sisters who live in Texas, they got a little bit of snow, but it wasn't bad. Their area, I think, was less snowy than expected, less snowy than forecasted, so. Still icy roads though, gotta be careful about that. Especially when it is areas of the country that people aren't used to that kind of weather, like you don't want to get out on the roads unnecessarily. I remember when I was living in Florida, I live close to the beach, so there's like some bridges and stuff to get out there, and I was working at a restaurant on the beach, and it was like unseasonably cold that year, or I guess unusually cold for our area, and so the roads were icy, everything was shut down. They don't have like the infrastructure to like have the roads salted and stuff, so it was basically like, don't leave your house if you don't have to kind of thing. You know, people were calling out of work, or like, you know, not being called into work rather. And luckily our bosses didn't expect us to come in. They kind of sent out a message once they kind of got a feel for what it was looking like that morning, because they had closed the bridges down because the bridges were icy or whatever. But the woman who was training me at the time, she was from, I can't remember if she was from Michigan. I think she was from up north. So she was like, got to the bridge and they had like, you know, like a police car blocking off me, like, what are you doing out here? Go home. And she's like, it's just a little ice. I don't know how to drive on ice. But she was just gonna la-di-da go into work like nothing was happening, and everybody else was like, this is not normal. You know, this is hunker down territory for Floridians. Like an ice storm, treating it like a hurricane season. Just shelter in place. Don't risk driving. Yeah, up northeast it was looking pretty intense. Oh, horses, cool. I mean, not cool about the mud, but cool that you get to handle horses. I wonder what that must be like. Yeah, it's still an area where they salt the roads, but like not trying to go out unnecessarily, basically. Yeah. I was listening to an interview with Walton Goggins recently, and he was talking about how he's a big fan of like horse riding and equestrian pursuits. He said that's the thing he likes to do when he travels, is go to different like barns or stables and see, you know, like where there's a place you can take out a horse and ride for the day. I'm like, that must be really cool. He says it's very meditative, or, you know, just getting out in nature and just being you and your horse usually. Grooming horses looks fun. I mean, I know that's the quintessential like horse girl thing. Like, I just want to brush a horse and like braid its mane and everything. But I imagine that's one of the more fun, rewarding parts. I've ridden a horse one time. And I think it was more of like a pony because I was pretty young at that time. I went out with a friend to, I think it was like a friend of their families who had horses, and we got to ride a little bit. We didn't go like on a sprawling terrain or anything. We just kind of rode around like the paddock, but it was cool. I was definitely nervous because I'm like, I am so high up. This is crazy. Yeah, for this part, you can use this one and kind of like fold and push these edges down. Or another way I usually do it is pop this in, let it chill. And then this part, you can come in with this and like scrape it off and get like a really nice, smooth, crisp looking finish. Yeah, I feel like horses all have really pronounced personalities. Oh yeah. Which one? Let's see. Yeah, sometimes it pushes it quickly on the screen and I miss stuff, but and okay, so we're gonna make a decisive motion and have a nice whoop. So you definitely want to like lift that off. I just kind of shoved it. You want to kind of more scoop it up and over at the same time. It's been a while since I've done it like this actually. I usually do it the other way that I was talking about, where I chill them and then shave off the top once it's nice and chilled. So I guess I'm a little rusty at this method, but that's okay. I need to sharpen this skill set. I don't want it to go to waste. This one instructor I had in culinary school, he always said that buttercream piping in particular is like what he called a disposable skill. He's like, you gotta be doing it constantly to keep up with it, or you kind of forget them. Like, it is a little bit of muscle memory, but like if you get out of the flow, you gotta like warm yourself back up and get back into it. He grew up and his mom, or maybe his parents, owned a bakery. And he said he has like childhood memories of like the other kids going out to play, and then he would be in the shop with his mom like doing buttercream stuff, like drills. She's like, you can go out after you finish like decorating these cakes and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, I bet that kind of is crummy as a child, but it's a cool skill to have. I don't remember where he grew up. I don't remember him saying, but he was a cool guy. I mean, he's still around. He's like not. Oh, it's almost 1. Yeah, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by though. And get some sleep after all that work. Well, after a long day rather, since it's 1 a.m. But yeah, thanks for hanging out and have a good day tomorrow. There we go. This is looking good so far. Key to this one is just going to be smoothness. We want it as smooth as possible so it looks really satisfying. And you think the less decoration, the less work it would be, but actually, oh no, I made a divot. My hubris. It's getting a little crazy. It's also like, I think this scraper is a little curved. You need to like put it under a book and flatten it back out so that I have a nice straight edge. Again, that's the kind of the benefit to having the metal ones. They don't warp on you. They don't change shape at all. There we go. And if there is a slight dent in the middle, I'm not gonna be too worried about it since it has a little writing there, but I really want this one to look nice and crisp. That's why I started with this one. The other ones are gonna be simpler, but while the frosting is like fresh and extra pliable before it cools down, it's not like hot, but like it's gonna chill a little bit in here because the AC is so low. Yeah, I want to do this one first so we can get the best finish on it. Oh, thanks, Angel. But yeah, I lucked out recently because back in Virginia, I used to order boxes online when I was doing, you know, I was much more higher volume at that time. So I would order them in bulk online from a box company. Now though, for starters, I have a PO box, and also I'm not doing that kind of volume out here. It's much more chill. The orders come in more sporadically, so I've been looking for a good alternative to like where am I gonna source my boxes from now. And I've gone to a couple like cake and decorating shops around. There are a few options, but they don't offer as many tall options. Like at the cake decorating store that I would go to near my place in Virginia, they had like, you know, every dimension of cake box imaginable, so that was handy. Here I've been finding some good packaging options, but not a lot of tall stuff, so yeah, it can be difficult. I might just like what I think I've settled on, especially for 6-inch cakes. So 6-inch cakes, I usually put them on a 10-inch cake board. This one's a 6-inch right here, so it's pretty small. So I won't really have a lot of trouble packaging these ones. But the like general store, like dollar store near me, they have several packaging options for, they're just like cardboard boxes, and there's one that's the perfect dimensions that the side of it is 10-inch by, or almost 10, it's in centimeters, but it's just shy of 10 inches by 10 inches on the side. So I'm like, oh well, if I seal up the back, turn it on its side, then I can put the cake in and either, you know, wrap the front in plastic wrap, instead of having like a box lid system. It'll just be like boop, and then it'll be all sealed in, and it's a good option to have nearby, especially for that. Like that place is within walking distance from here, so at a moment's notice I could be like, oh, I'm out of cake boxes, and go get one. And it's a cheap option. It's like 1,000 won per box, so it's only like 80 cents, which is decent. And you know, you just figure that into the cost of your product and then you're good to go. But I'm relieved because I was like, okay, I gotta figure out a solution to this before I start offering cakes more readily. Up until now, or up until recently, I would say it's been mostly like word of mouth, and then just people from my husband's office and like my book club that I've been ordering cakes. But now I'm actually putting like, you know, promos out and taking extra orders now that I kind of got all the logistics sorted out here. Yeah, I'm excited. It's a little win, but it's important, you know, because I don't want to get caught unprepared, or like if I did find a company to ship them, I don't want to be like, you know, worrying about when are they going to come in. Like I want to have like an immediate solution on hand in case I get like a last minute order or something like that, if I can take the last minute order, that is. All right, this guy's looking nice. I'm kind of dilly-dallying, so I need to just be decisive and finish him up and move on to the next design. I think that looks pretty nice. I'm gonna smooth out, famous last words, I'm gonna smooth this out and like hopefully not add a new divot somewhere else. There we go. And I'm gonna stop touching it now. Okay, so for this one, we'll do a little ta-da. Oh, mirrored. I keep messing it up where I'm like, oh, I'm going the opposite direction. Yeah, so nice smooth top. And now I'm gonna just pull out the little hot pink color and pipe some messages. I think they're always in all caps on the conversation hearts. I'm pretty sure the type, like the generic typeface, is always in all caps. I'm just gonna double check. Conversation hearts. Boop. Yeah, no conversation. Oh man, now I gotta decide. We could do XOXO, like hugs and kisses. Thanks. Yeah, I'm thinking love you or XOXO, like one of the generic ones, and then whoever whoever orders it can pick their specific little short message that they want to add. I remember like when I was growing up in like, you know, elementary school, and we would do a little Valentine's Day party. That was a time when like cell phones started coming out and stuff like that, or like people had them more available. And the conversation heart started putting like little text chats on there too, like little like see you later or like text me instead of like just generic Valentine's messages. Silly. Yeah. You think so? Okay. Yeah, I think we'll go with like be mine or XOXO. Kiss me. I love you. True love. Wink wink. Cutie pie. Bestie. Date night. I have some funny ones on here. I remember several years back, and I'm not sure who would have been in so much of an uproar if it had happened for good, but like the original company, I think it's Brock's who does conversation hearts originally. Or maybe that was the person who took it over. Anyway, the Necco wafers, the same people who did Necco wafers, which is like a real old-timey style of candy that my dad loves. They're very similar to that like kind of chalky texture conversation charts. That company was closing down, so it was gonna be like, my dad was like, oh my gosh, there's not gonna be any more Necco wafers. Anyway, and then I think it was like Brock's took it over since then. But there were other varieties of conversation hearts that were still available. Like I know like Sweet Tarts started making their own ones. But yeah. Here we go. Yeah, we're gonna do I'm being indecisive. What do you think? Should we do Be Mine or Love You? We're gonna make a couple cakes so we can put different messages on other ones. I guess Be Mine, that'll be good. Yeah, okay, let me just go on with it. So for this one, I want a nice bold round tip for the writing, so I'm gonna do a number 3. So that'll be a good size for this, especially since it's only a couple letters that I have to fit on there. But yeah, let's do that. Be Mine? Okay, we're gonna stick with Be Mine. I think that's a good one. I feel like Kiss Me is like too aggressive. Some of them I'm just like, that's too much. No, I'm just kidding. Not aggressive, but presumptuous. Bestie would be cute too. Maybe one of the other cakes I'll put like Bestie. Okay, so we want to make sure it's centered, which is pretty easy with this since it's a very symmetrical shape. And I'm gonna prop up a little bit so I can get a better view. There we go. Pardon my stool noises. And so that doesn't rotate, and I also think maybe you'll be able to see it better if I pop it down here. And we'll get that back when we need it. Oh yeah, now we can both see a little better. There? Yeah, that's better. Okay. All right. Okay, let's go for it. I'll start like a third of the way down so that both lines of text end up fairly centered overall. I think this color combo would be pretty good. Even though Maybe the purple in Conversation Hearts is usually a little more lavender. I don't think anybody's gonna mind. And mine, M-I-N-E. Sometimes it helps if you have a long bit of text to pipe out. Oh, I got a little bubble. Rats. If you have like a long bit of text to pipe out, it's helpful to like start in the middle. So like if it's like a really long message and you're trying to center it, like especially if it's one that goes like around the outside of the board or something, it's handy to start in the middle, which sounds strange, but then you're always sure to have it be centered. Here we go. We made surprise confetti cakes one time for a Valentine's promotion at a bakery I worked at, or what people call like piñata cakes, where you have a hole in the center of the cake, and then when you cut it open, like the sprinkles or little candies fall out of it. That was a fun Valentine's promo. And that year, the way that we did them, we would start with a heart-shaped cake and use a cookie cutter and then cut that part out of the middle. And so we had all these leftover heart-shaped cutouts, and our boss said she was like, why don't y'all each like just decorate the leftover cutouts, like stack up a couple of them and make your own cake to take home. I was like, that's nice, that's fun. And so we all did one like a conversation heart and wrote different messages on them. And I think one of the gals at the bakery, she did like almond flavor and put almonds on the side or something and put like nuts about you. I think I just put something generic like love you or something like that. And then my other friend put essentially like let's make out, but picked a different word. Yeah, so that was pretty funny. She was a hoot. She's still decorating. And I see her stuff on Snapchat every once in a while. She's like the lead decorator, I think, where she's at now, which is cool. Okay, I'm gonna stop messing with it. After all that is slightly off center. But I think through movie magic, I'll just like take the photo from an angle and it'll be fine. I'll be more astute about that next time. What I should have done and what I will do is like trace out where I'm gonna write ahead of time in case. But it's fine. It's not egregious, so I'm gonna roll with it. Be mine. Yeah. So I'm gonna take some photos of this one. The last thing I'm trying to decide about this one, is do I want to put like a couple sprinkles around the bottom. I don't want to do a border because I feel like that'll take away from this one being like, it's a conversation heart. And then some of the other ones are gonna have borders on them, so I think we'll just leave this one as is, a simple offering. So, alrighty. I'm gonna update for some reason it's lagging down here, so I'm gonna refresh this page really quick just to be sure that it's going smoothly. One moment, technical, not difficulties exactly. Okay, we're going. Yeah, this one has just Twitch on it, so like if it gives me like the Twitch specific notifications down here, but then I also have Twitch and YouTube that are popping up over here, so I have both of them. All right, yeah, so I will quickly wipe down the area and then grab a couple quick pics with my phone. Normally I would use the camera. Oh, I gotta check my battery. Nope, we're still good. Yeah, when I first got started today, I mentioned earlier that normally I had a helpful pal behind the scenes that was checking the battery and swapping it for me. So I gotta be extra astute on checking the batteries today. They should last about an hour each, so that should be good. I have 3 batteries, but just in case, I can also recharge one if we go longer than I'm thinking we might. I don't think it'll be a super long one today, but I said that earlier. I was like, Rossetti will probably take me like 2 hours, and I think I streamed for like 4 hours instead. But also at the end, I was just goofing and kind of killing time before I had to cut him, so, you know, yeah. Alrighty. Trying to think if I'm gonna run and grab a doily super quick and put it under here so I can snap a picture and then we'll move on. You'll be able to hear me. I should get like I need to get a BRB. I need to put a little title card that I can click on and off, or maybe just have a little sign, low-tech style, that I can prop up on the screen when I have to run and grab something when I inevitably forget or have a sudden inspiration that I didn't prepare for. There's going to be some slight rustling noises. Okay, we're good. That didn't take too long. My mom sent me some stuff a while back. But she knows I'm always decorating, even if I'm not decorating professionally. She knows I'm always doing stuff at the house, and for funsies. Like right now, I might have mentioned, yeah, I'm not working anywhere professionally, but I'm doing a small, streamlined version of what I was doing in Virginia. Anyway, all that to say, my mom sends me random odds and ends sometimes. And she sent me a little set of doilies, which is nice. So I'm going to use one for photos. My mom and dad are bargain hunters, and they are thrift store sharks. So the thrift store in where they live is it's nearby, and on top of their like usually pretty good deals. Well, maybe I'll do this pastel one. Hang on 1 minute. I have a solid white one, and then I have this cute spring floral one. Maybe I'll save that for like spring. Yeah, I'm lucky that I have a good relationship with my parents. I know that's not like true for everybody, but I count myself lucky to have a good relationship, honestly, with my parents and all my siblings. Which, you know, given the numbers, there's 7 of us in total. Like, you know, odds are 2 of us wouldn't get along, but in general, I feel like we do all right, you know? When we were younger, there were the odd, you know, squabbles every now and then, or people who would clash over, you know, general, basically roommate stuff, like, yeah, the room's too messy, you left your straightener on the floor and I burnt my foot, and that kind of thing. But overall, I feel like I lucked out as far as that goes. All right. I'm gonna do like top down, and also should I put another light source up? I think I'm not gonna be too crazy about this because I just wanted to have like a good representation for people, but I'm not doing like a full styled shoot. It's mostly for vibes. Oh, anyway, so I was saying, that is lucky. Like, what are the odds you're tossed into the world with 8 other people and like you don't hate each other, or there's not any 2 people who like just can't stand each other? I'm just like, it's pretty lucky. But yeah, so my mom and dad go to the thrift store a lot, and there's another place near them called Dirt Cheap, and it's also like a discount outlet or whatever. But on Tuesdays, I think it is, they also get a senior discount at the thrift store. So part of catching up a lot of times is hearing what their latest finds are in the deals and stuff. And my mom and dad are like, I don't pay full price for shoes anymore, ever, because like if you just check often enough, you'll find a brand new pair of shoes at the thrift store. So I'm like, yeah, y'all are retired, y'all got time, so like, you know, it's a trade-off. Okay, get a quick picture. What angle? Top down? Maybe, and I'll just crop it. How does the lighting look best? There we go. And one from this side, and then we're gonna move on. Natural lighting might also be nice, but it's not that serious. This is already doing more. You can, yeah, if you're like looking around in thrift stores, like you'll just find really good stuff. It's just like getting out there and poking around, doing a little extra legwork. You can find really good stuff. My dad actually, when I was in town visiting the last time, I went into their like computer room, like the little office, where there's like a miscellany. There's like their treadmills also in there and stuff. I think originally when they got the house, that was supposed to be maybe the dining room, I don't know, but like it was my brother's bedroom, and then it was the music room, like my dad's guitars and my mom's keyboard were in there. Oh, hi, Fight Lady. Fight Lady Fight is raiding with a party of 4. Welcome to chat. We're making some heart-shaped cakes today. I just finished design number 1, grabbed a couple pictures of this, and then I'm gonna scrape it down and redecorate it in a couple styles. So one of the ones I'm doing today is gonna be like a heart piece from Zelda, which I think will be fun. I love Zelda. And I made like a special little additional piece for that one. I made like a hard candy, it's isomalt, but like a hard candy heart so that it has, hang on, a little shiny finish to it. So the design's gonna be buttercream, but then the heart will have like a little shimmer to it, which is just for funsies. I figured that would be a cool feature to add to it since the design itself is gonna be very basic, because like it's gonna be sort of a buttercream version of the heart container. Yeah, and so going back to what I was saying about the office room, like the fun room, yeah, it had like music stuff and then also his computer desk in there. Anyway, the most recent time I went in there, I noticed like he had moved some stuff around and swapped things. He, oh, thanks. Yeah, I think that one will be fun. The heart piece cake. He had swapped things around and he had like kind of filled out his computer desk, and I was like, oh, that's cool. Where did you find this set? And he was like, okay, get ready. I was like, oh, we're in for it. Like, I'm locking in for a long conversation. So, I mean, it looked like a set that had been, you know, designed to go together, like something he had bought all at one time. Nay. He had bought the main computer desk, and it was like a dark wood grain with like black accents. Kind of think like the ironwood style furniture from Animal Crossing. And then he had found my sister like on the side of the road in their neighborhood. They live kind of near each other. Had found a little side table that went to it, and so he put that next to the computer desk with the printer on it or something. And then separately at the thrift store, or maybe the super thrift, I can't remember which one, maybe the other thrift store, he found like a little shelf set, and it all looked like it matched together, but it was just like he found it off chance, just gradually. So it's like if you just have the patience and the time, you can like put things together with like a little extra effort, but less money, which is cool. Yeah, it was wild. Like I was surprised how well they all went together. Like it literally looked like it was a matching set that he would have bought all at one time, but it was just happenstance. Yeah. A few years back, the other cool find that my mom was really excited about, another sister find, because she goes on walks a lot in the morning, and so anytime she sees like a cool piece of furniture out on the side of the road, she'll scope it out and be like, what's the deal with this? Especially if it's like non-porous furniture. Like, I don't know, I'm not trying to pick up a sofa off the side of the road. But she saw a mantelpiece when she was walking around. So the mantelpiece over the little fireplace in our living room originally growing up was just like a thick, very blocky, dark colored wood. And then there's like bricks behind it or whatever. Also, I always called like the main room, we called it kind of interchangeably the living room or the den. But for some reason, my husband's always like, the den. I'm like, what do you mean the den? Why is that a weird word? He's like, we always just called it the living room. Oh, my sister found a white mantelpiece that had like some kind of molding details. Like it wasn't like super ornate, but it had just more like decoration to it. Oh, bye, Raining Angel. Good luck with your surgery tomorrow. I hope everything goes well and you're doing all right. But thanks for hanging out and chatting. This has been really fun. So have a good night and see you around hopefully. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. And good luck tomorrow. I hope everything goes all right. Like for sure, for sure. Definitely sending good vibes your way. Oh, there we go. Okay. I'm gonna scrape off this frosting while I keep on yapping a little bit. But anyway, all that to say that my mom was really excited because she had been wanting to do something about... Oh, thanks. Thanks so much. Have a good night, be safe, and good luck tomorrow. Yeah. So my mom was really excited. It definitely brightened up the room a little bit because it was had a white finish on it. The old one was just a super dark, chunky color. And it looks nice when she decorates around the holidays, which she always did when we were growing up, and I liked that. She, you know, was always real in tune with the changing of the seasons, which is nice. She usually still regularly like messaged me on the first day of every season or whatever. She'd be like, happy spring. And I'm like, oh yeah, it's the 21st or whatever. Happy first day of fall. All right, we're gonna be pretty gentle in scraping this off and apply the next color. If I was smart, I would have started with the white buttercream and then gradually moved to a darker color. Whatever that says. If I had forethought, I should say. But that's okay. Planning ahead isn't always my best strong suit. I'm gonna turn the brightness down really quick on the iPad where the Twitch chat is so that I don't run out of battery. And we gotta do a battery check on the camera. We still got half, so I gotta keep reminding myself. I should set little like timers to check it every hour. I might do that next time when I'm getting set up. Yeah, but here we go. Just getting the excess off, and then we're gonna redecorate the same cake because I'm not trying to bake a bunch of extra cakes if I don't have to. I'm trying to decide which design to end on because I'm just gonna send this one with my husband to work so that they can eat it up at work. I haven't sent one for a little while because we were out of town for a little bit. I haven't gotten any questioning or demands a couple times. He's gotten inquiries when it's been a minute since I sent a cake up to the office. They'll be like, when's the next video coming out? Like, when's the next cake gonna appear in the break room kind of thing. So, yeah. What was the last cake I sent up there? Oh, Vecna. That was the last long form edited video I did. And sent that up there. The villain from Stranger Things, if anybody was watching the final season. That was the latest edited video I did on the YouTube channel. Pardon me. Had a throat gurgle. Besides that, the last few cakes I've done on here were like for orders. Oh, that reminds me. The cake I dropped off that I made on stream the other day, the mini winter themed tiered cake, I delivered it and I looked this morning and my friend gave me a tip and I need to message her and tell her thank you. That was really sweet. She didn't have to do that. I tried to give her a steal of a deal because she's a sweetheart and she was running book club and everything. They're getting ready to move. And if it was like just a rando who contacted me, you know, I would have adjusted the price accordingly, but I would consider us pals, you know? So, friends and family discount, especially since I don't have any family out here, so I feel like I can be a little more generous with the friends discount. Yeah, so. I need to write a little reminder so I don't forget to do that later. But yeah, we are almost done swiping off the excess frosting, and now that's going to serve as our crumb coat so that I can swap to the next design. Okay, so next up I need to do, let's see, I have a couple ideas. I want to do one that has just like a bunch of shell borders and stuff on it, like a quote-unquote vintage buttercream. I feel like the fun thing about those though is doing it monochromatic. That's the first part. And also usually baking those cakes taller so that you have a lot of vertical real estate on the side of the cake to like nice drop lines and shells and ruffles and stuff. This promo I'm just offering single layer cakes so that I can kind of, one, have options that aren't like a ton of servings in case it's like a couple or something that wants to order a Valentine's Day cake, and two, for ease of function, because I'm curious how many orders I might get from this promo, like kind of feeling it out with this one. And I don't want to overpromise in case it generates more interest than I'm thinking, or I don't know. I've got time. I'll figure it out, whatever it is, but I'm kind of testing the waters with this one. Because up until now, I've just done singular custom designs for people. I haven't done like an event like this, so not here anyway. That was the thing too with when I was running the business in Virginia. It was pretty much always custom designs. On my website, I had made like a few pre-made designs. So like if you wanted to quickly get an order in, that would be something I could do in less time. I had a bunch of fun. I did have a lot of fun designing those. I think only like in the 2 years that I was there before I moved here, I think maybe like 2 or 3 people ordered like a preset design, which is fine. They were just there for convenience, like if you were overwhelmed by decision. But the one that I really wanted to make before I decided that I didn't want to offer peanut butter frosting, just, you know, for allergy purposes, was like a peanut butter jelly flavor cake. So peanut butter frosting, which is super delicious. And then strawberry jam instead of grape, because I've never had a cake with grape jelly inside. I think it would have been fine, but I was just doing strawberry jam because strawberry jam was already a filling flavor that I offered. So PB&J, and I'll just have to pull it up one time or post it somewhere, because I had made like a bunch of little drawing concepts that I never got to fully realize in cake. But the design was like just base ice and peanut butter with like a textured comb on the outside, but then on the top it had like a little peanut topper and a little strawberry topper made out of fondant, because I'm like, that would be a quick little shape. I could boop boop boop, make it really quick, plop it on top, and then it's like peanut butter and jelly, and they're like one's here and one's here, and then you could write the message to the side. Yeah, so I was sad that I never got to make that one in real life, but the concept sketch was cute. Fight, lady, fight. Hello. I'm trying to see what your emoji is. Who is it? It says hello. Yeah. Hi. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for joining in. Okay. It's time to move on to the next step. I just need to swipe the board off now that I got the cake smoothed down. And then we will move on to the next design. I guess I'll do the next one in pink for funsies and do the like vintage piping or whatever. And then the third one I'm gonna do is like a quote unquote like groovy design with concentric multicolored, just like blobby kind of looking piping on the top. And then the last one will be the heart piece cake, I think. So that'll be really fun. That one's gonna be pretty simple, but cute nonetheless. And this way, I'll have each of the little designs that I post will have a different base color, and that'll kind of showcase like these are the available colors for this promo. Because the conversation heart, I did it in purple, but I'm gonna offer it in light purple, pink, white, or blue. And those are gonna be like the 4 colors that I have available for this. So, you know, you gotta think about certain things like that to streamline the process if you are gonna get a bunch of orders at one time, which hopefully we will see. Also, my tummy just growled. I hope y'all didn't hear that, but yeah, after I sign off for the day, I need to go eat some lunch. I kind of did stuff backwards today. A lot of times in the morning I'll have oatmeal and I'll eat like a sandwich or something, but when I woke up I just really wanted a sandwich, and so I might do oatmeal for lunch because it's easy and I don't really have to think about it. I can just throw it together and it's fine. I get the little protein oats. I think it's like that Kodiak brand with the bear on them. Not a sponsor, but they have like protein pancakes and stuff, and the oatmeal is just plain oatmeal. Or at least the one I get. I'm pretty sure they have flavored ones, but it's just plain oatmeal and then has protein in it. And I'll just add different stuff every day so I don't get bored. Okay, we're gonna do pink. I lied. I'm pulling out the white frosting. I said I was gonna do pink. Now I got a nubbin over here I gotta get off. I'm gonna put a tip on this one so I don't smear the excess around while I'm moving it down here. Yes, so the pink one I'm going to do, it would be cute in blue though also. I don't know if we have any thoughts. If I should do the blue in the little like vintage design or pink. Right, so I gotta decide real fast. We'll do the vintage design in blue because I feel like that's gonna look cute. And then the base color of like the groovy design, we'll do that one in pink. I feel like that's gonna work better in my head. I know like pink is like the signature Valentine's Day color, but it's gonna be prominently featured. So yeah. But also, do I have enough blue frosting to do that? Where's the blue bag? Let's see. No. Okay, we'll stick with pink. Sorry to go back and forth. We're gonna stick with pink for the piping. Just so if I get like real crazy with the ruffles, I know we'll have enough frosting on hand. I won't have to go mix more for this. Also, I'll just make it available in blue, obviously, but we'll just do pink. Stick with the plan. Okay. I'm going to frost this real quick, base ice it. I'm not gonna worry too much if this one's really smooth. The last one, since it was a conversation heart and it just had text on top, I like spent a long time smoothing it out. But this one, It's gonna have a lot of added piping all over, so it's okay if it's not flawless. It doesn't have to be flawless, is what I'm saying, is because it's gonna have a lot of design features. So you save time by making those little trade-offs. It's gonna spend a lot of time on the piping, so the base doesn't have to be crazy. Here we go. I don't know if y'all can hear the teeny tiny like frosting bubbly noises. I'll have to like turn the mics up one time and do like a cake ASMR situation where I don't talk and I just make frosting noises all night. I'll give myself a break in case I like I'm not feeling chatty, or if I like can't think of anything to talk about. I'll just have like a real chill, quiet stream. Alrighty, so pop this down here. Go ahead and put a tip on it. Let's see. For this one, ruffle tip and shell borders, but I'm gonna do the shell borders after the little ruffly dealy, so I'll put that tip on first. There's a particular one I'm looking for. It has like a star tip on the end, but then a flat section, and it makes a really cool effect. And I haven't started using that one until more recently. I'm like, oh, what have I been doing? Ignoring this cool fun tip. I might not have it in this selection right here. I might have to run and grab it, but that's okay. All right, moving on. Just set this aside with a shell tip for the bottom. Boop. And boop. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, pink frosting. I'll come back to you later. And we want this one. And one of our trusty bowl scraper bench knife frosting scraper type dealies. Alright. Really smooth. Yeah, you can tell with this one that the frosting is getting a little, it's like seizing up a little bit because the AC. I should turn it down so I don't have that problem. But we're just gonna roll with it for now. Here we go. But yeah. I was talking earlier about my parents' awesome thrift store finds. And they always, especially with shoes, it's like a fun game. They'll be like, oh, I got these at the thrift store. Guess how much they were? $1.99. Brand new pair of Nikes. Love it. My dad also found a functioning elliptical machine at the thrift store for, I'm pretty sure, he would be mad if I told you the wrong price, but I want to say it was like $12, and the only thing that was wrong with it was he just had to, something, the part, like the little center part was like tilted forward, and he had to like mount it because something had broken under there. But besides that, my parents are big walkers. Yeah, so like they take a walk pretty much every day, which I'm like, yeah, that's good. That's a good thing to try to keep up for anybody. But so they're very avid walkers, and if it's too hot or too rainy, they'll hop on the treadmill for that day, or and this is maybe telling of their age a little bit, or they'll be mall walkers. There's a mall, and you know, there's some people who show up bright and early right when the mall opens, but it's like before the store opens. The stores open, so like the mall opens at 9, but some of the stores don't open till 10, and they'll be in there getting their laps in when it's too cold outside, or when it's too hot. The dedication is for real. Yeah. Went on a little walk this morning. That was nice. It was way too cold, but I don't have a treadmill, so it's that or nothing. Anyway, so yeah, I went on a walk this morning bright and early before I started getting everything set up for this. The magpies were out in full force. There's a bunch of magpies always scattered through the little park nearby. Oh shoot, the battery. Hold on. Man, I was doing so well checking it. Hold on, mayday, mayday. Rats. I hope that I don't have to set it back up again. Bam. And I was being diligent. Let's see if we're still here. Yo, we're back. I hope that didn't that wasn't too much of an interruption. Rats. I had been looking down at the battery, and the last time I checked it was like half full, and then it was giving me the empty sign. Okay. Popping this one into charge. Are y'all still with me? Hopefully I didn't lose y'all. I think we're still alive. I don't think it let me double check. Give me a sign. Yes, we're still live. We're still live. I don't think it interrupted long enough to kill it out. Okay. We're back. Is anybody still in the chat, or did it let it go dark? It says we're still live, but if there's an interruption, let me know, or if there's like something going on, because everything looks good on my end. I think. Okay, you're still here. Okay, cool. Tight. I just wanted to be sure that like that didn't interrupt it fully, because I know if I swap the battery out quickly and then deactivate and reactivate the stream, it's usually like good and it doesn't mess it up too bad. Like it'll freeze for a second and then we'll be right back. But I like looked up and I didn't know how long the battery was dying on me. Okay, cool. Thanks. Thanks for chiming in. I just wanted to be sure. Right. In case it's not incredibly obvious, I'm fairly new to this, so I'm still getting into like the groove of that kind of stuff. I gotta like be more vigilant about that in the future. That's for sure. But I also sometimes have a lovely assistant. He had to go to work today, but he's been real nice, helping me get everything set up usually. And he was checking my battery levels and everything, so I got used to not doing it myself. But yeah, we'll smooth this one out and do some fun little piping designs. I feel like the top is going to be the main thing. We're not going to go too crazy on the sides because, one, it's a short cake, so there's not a lot of real estate there anyway, and two, yeah, I want these designs to be comparable, somewhat comparable in the amount of time that they take to prepare, so that I can offer them all at like the same price point basically. So just trying to be mindful of that. And this is the 5-inch size, and I'm also going to offer them in a 7 and 9-inch. But I mentioned this earlier, I think this will be the most popular size if I get any orders. It's probably just gonna be like couples or maybe like small families. But yeah, how's everybody's night or day going? It's middle of the afternoon over here, so I'm hoping, if it's the evening, hoping everybody's had a good day so far. Yeah, we definitely got some bubbles in this frosting. That is very apparent. You usually want to avoid that, and you can avoid it by gently, very gently. If your butter is not like super softened, gently bringing your buttercream to room temperature before you start using it by doing really short bursts in the microwave before you mix it and add it to a piping bag. Either really short bursts in the microwave or take that power level down on the microwave. I have a beef with the microwave I have currently because it doesn't have a digital display where you punch in. Again, April's back. Welcome. April's back in the chat. We're multi-streaming on YouTube right now, YouTube and Twitch. So like, if for whatever reason I just start talking to a ghost on your end, I'm doing a little 2-for-1. Good evening, Jikmera. Oh, cool, embroidery. What are you embroidering, if I may ask? We got someone in chat doing some embroidery. It's fun to know we're both, you know, crafting along. Call it a crafternoon. Well, it's afternoon where I'm at, but my sisters and I, they're also, they like everybody else. All my sisters have like different types of crafts they're also into. So back when we all lived in the same town, we would get together and do a crafternoon. And I'm happy to say I have moved away, so I've missed out on the crafternoons. But I know that's what they do sometimes now when they're like celebrating birthdays. They'll get together and do a craft for a birthday. Or sometimes board games or something like that. But last year they did a resin day. My sister had ordered some stuff to do like resin jewelry, so that was fun. And then they also did a t-shirt day. And they did different crafts on t-shirts. A bird pattern with flowers. That sounds really nice. Neat. I used to do a little cross stitching when I was younger. I haven't done that in a long time. My grandma was really into cross stitching and she got me into it for a while. But I haven't tried a lot of embroidery myself. I got like this one kit that had, it was like a pillowcase that you could zip like a square couch pillow into. And it has like a little outline traced on it, and then it came with certain colors, but they were all like very springy, kind of bright, almost neon colors. But I had a bunch of like embroidery thread that I had made bracelets with, and so I kind of went on my own adventure and picked different colors. I started it last summer, but I haven't finished it yet. I got sidetracked. But yeah, I want to finish it maybe this spring, so I can put it on the couch during the summer. Because I picked kind of summery colors, some reds and blues and stuff, and yellows, because it had like some sunflowers on it, or and like some what are they called? Not Gerber daisies. Well, there was like a Gerber daisy looking flower on there. Anyway. This is your first time embroidering? Cool. How exciting. I feel like it's nice and relaxing. I personally love watching like catching reels of people doing embroidering on Instagram sometimes. So I was like, and it's like satisfying to watch people do different like knots and stitches and things, especially the ones where they make flowers that are semi 3D, just by the way that they wind the, you know, just the process of like how they wrap the thread around the needle as they're making the stitches to where it looks like it's coming off the coming off of the fabric. That's really cool. I don't know if y'all have seen it, but I've also seen, sidetrack, where people will, it may be one particular artist, and I should figure out their name, but they'll make embroidery pieces of cake, and then they like, I think they like snip the thread so it looks textured, and it looks like cake crumb almost when they're done, because it's not just like the flat stitches, it has like a texture. I think it's like how they cut the thread along the way. I could be wrong about that. Almost like how people do tufting. Yeah, so that's really cool. And then the texture looks really inviting. Face emoji keyboard from April. Comment question mark from April. People say 6 to, oh. Sorry, I just looked up and saw your comments, April. Yeah, I feel like the 6-7 fad is probably over by now. Left that in 2025, as you said. Probably. I'm sure all the cool kids are onto something new. I'm not in the loop. I don't know what the new funny thing will be. Okay, I need to smooth this out quickly before my frosting gets too bubbly. And again, not be too picky on this one because I'm about to do a bunch of piping details around it, so it'll be fine. But I do want to be sure there's enough piping on the point of the heart so I can get like a good angle there, some good definition. I did not know you just woke up. Yeah, I got up a while ago. It's like the afternoon here. I meant to get started earlier today and hop on, but prepping took a little longer, like getting all the frostings ready and also setting up everything for stream. I was like just going through and trying to make sure everything was in place, checking and double checking stuff. Because I was having some trouble connecting Twitch to the like streaming app I was using earlier, but got figured out. It just took a little longer. But yeah. This one. I also think for these cakes, I'm just gonna offer vanilla or chocolate. And that'll kind of make the process more streamlined. Can't be doing custom flavors and stuff. It's snowing also, it's nighttime. Oh, you got snow where you're at. I know the US was supposed to get a lot of snow across the country, so stay safe if it's still snowing and stuff. Snowman, nice. Oh wait, is there chocolate and Oreos in the middle? No, this one is just a vanilla cake. So this one, vanilla cake, one layer, no filling on this one. But yeah, you were here when we did the Oreo filling on the one the other day though. There we go. The AC is making some funny noises. This apartment doesn't have central air. It has like a unit in each room, kind of like a hotel, but they're in the ceiling. And I only say that because central air is typical in the US, so that's like what I'm used to, but things are a little different here in Korea, in South Korea. Alrighty. The first side's looking good. And I just need to follow through back here. And I want to make the V up at the top just slightly more pronounced, because once I fill it in with frosting, I feel like it's not super noticeable. Like it almost just looks like an upside down teardrop or a guitar pick shape now. Or like a planchette for a Ouija board. Oh no! I kind of dipped in too hard and made a dent in the frosting. But it's nice to know we got other crafters in the chat. You're the last person, April, on YouTube. Thanks for sticking around. They're the last man standing over there. Turn of phrase. I did make a shoe cake. Yeah, I don't think you were there for the shoe cake when I streamed that one. I think you were there for the winter cake. But yeah, the shoe cake, I just made like a simple buttercream Converse cake. And it was pink, and everything top to bottom was buttercream. So like I piped out the laces, and then it was all pink and white. And then as a finishing touch, what I'd wanted to do, which I did do, was, I don't know if you've seen people do cartoon cakes where it'll be a cake design and then they add like a thin black outline to everything to kind of make it look like a comic book drawing. So that was the effect that I did on the Converse cake. I think that was the day before, or maybe a few days before you jumped on for the first time for the winter cake. But yeah, I think the video's still up. I guess you might have noticed it if you're asking about it, but I think the video's still up on YouTube under the live section, because all the lives go there after, like as a video on demand. On Twitch, I think they only stick around for 7 days, unless you become a Twitch affiliate, but they're there for 7 days and you can watch them, and then they are gone after that, unless you like go about saving them particularly. Yeah. All right, so smoothing this out, making sure the top corners look nice, but it's about to be piping time. I'm gonna pipe some borders and ruffles and just do a single color, because I feel like the monochromatic, especially if you pick a unique color, I feel like the monochromatic piping cakes are really striking, because then you're really focusing on the texture of the cake. And your eye isn't distracted by multicolors going on. Not to say that the multicolor ones aren't also fun, but also I think this suits my purposes to make the vintage cakes that I'm going to offer, vintage buttercream cakes that I'm going to offer just a single color. There you go. Hi, Protomav. Oh, the Animal Crossing. Yeah, I made Rossetti yesterday, and he was totally buttercream. And then before I signed off, after we chatted and admired him for a little bit, we gave him the knife. He got the axe. Yeah. And originally he didn't have the little blue buttercream tears, but I was about to cut him. I was like, wait, you know what? And then I piped little tears on his face. But yeah, I wanted to celebrate the new Animal Crossing update in some small way like that. And I was like, oh, Rossetti. I love Rossetti. I missed him. He's so much more well-adjusted these days than how he used to present himself in the older games. There you go. Alrighty. Boop, boop. But yeah, thanks for joining us. I'm glad. Thanks for the follow also, after seeing a lovely follower in chat, I think, posted the clip to Reddit, and I noticed some excitement and cute comments there this morning, so that was really exciting to wake up to after messing around with Rossetti all night. He was chocolate on the inside, and I had a half of him last night. It was pretty tasty. I'm not gonna eat this one. I'm gonna send it to work with my husband because I can't be eating cake every day or I'll be sick. I'm like much less of a sweets person than I used to be. I used to be all about sweets all the time. And now I feel like when I'm craving something, I'm usually after some kind of salty snack. Don't get me wrong, I still love chocolate, I still love cakes and stuff, but the urge isn't as urgent as it used to be. Super wholesome, thanks! Yeah, I feel like we had a fun time last night. Got some good suggestions for the future for streaming because I wanted to like kind of gauge people and see what they're interested in seeing. And the new Resident Evil game is coming out at the end of February. So I think on the 27th of February, or maybe the 28th. I think it's the 27th. But I'm gonna do some research and try to pick a design that we can do on that day when it comes out. So while everybody's playing the game, we'll be making some kind of gnarly Resident Evil cake on stream. So, ooh, I love chips. I'm a real tortilla chip fan, but I do like a nice kettle chip every now and then too. Ooh, or do you mean like French fry chips, depending on where you're located? You might mean, I'm from the US, so I'm always thinking chips like crisps, and then instead of chips like French fries. Oh, thanks, Fight Lady Fight. I've had a lot of fun. I need to like maybe make my Twitch bio more in depth, but I've been decorating cakes for a long time. Probably since like middle school age is when I like really tried to get into it. And then professionally, I've been doing it for about 10 years. I started out as a pastry chef for a little while at a couple restaurants, like 2 different restaurants mainly. And then after that, for a while, I decided I wanted to transition solely to cake decorating. So actual chips, not fries. Okay, cool. We're on the same page now. Yeah. I feel like I don't want to make assumptions because we had a pal in chat the other day who was from Australia. And I'm like, oh yeah. So, which is also fun to think about different, you know, turns of phrase and stuff. Biscuits and cookies, you know. Okay, I'm gonna start piping this one. We're gonna do a couple little different borders, but not going too crazy. I know I definitely want a star tip, and I want a ruffle tip. And I think I'm gonna do the ruffle and then the star on top of it. Let's see. I have a limited selection on hand, but I think the one that I really want, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to run and grab from the kitchen. I'll be back fast as lightning. Also, battery check. Okay, let me check the camera. I'm not gonna miss it this time. I got the warning sign a minute ago, like the screen had gone black and it said change the battery. So luckily the camera hadn't fully died by the time I noticed it, but it was getting close. So I'm trying to be more astute and watchful of the battery while we're back here, and keep them charging while I'm waiting on deck. Okay, I grabbed my other piping tips. I have 2 other containers handy. And there's like one specific tip I'm looking for, but if I don't find it, we'll just do something else because I don't want to waste all this time jumbling through these guys. Also, I fear the jingle noises might come across a little obnoxious. Okay. So the one I want has like a star tip on one end, and then we're back. Hi. And then it has like a ruffle tip on the side. It'd be cool if I find it, but it's fine if I don't see it immediately. Okay, yeah, I don't see it, so we are just gonna go with my original plan. Wait. Oh, wow, at the last moment, there it is. Just kidding, we found it. Okay, so you can see what I'm talking about. It has like, maybe you can see. It's not gonna be in focus because I have it on manual focus. Anyway, there's like a star tip on one end and then a flat tip here, so it makes like a sort of ruffle shape on one side and then a star on the other, but I'll show you what I mean in a minute. Ooh. Aw, thanks. Yeah, that's what I've been up to in my life, my origin story. Oh, I really love watching the baking shows too. I really like Is It Cake because I don't do a ton of hyper realistic decorating, but that's something I'd like to get more into and kind of start practicing some of those skill sets. And since that's the whole thing with that show, the hyper realism, trying to trick people into it, that show is really entertaining, and seeing the different techniques that people do is really cool. And I also like the Great British Baking Show or Great British Bake Off, depending. I think it's called something different here versus in the UK. It's too late to eat. Is it terrible if you eat a salad? I mean, I guess that's up to you and your digestive system. But also funny that it's late and you're like, a salad. I feel like usually people's late night food choices are usually a little more chaotic. That's so tame. I say eat that salad, you know. Your tummy might be grumbly depending if you go to sleep right after, but I say go for it. But don't listen to me. Don't take my word for it. Yeah, Is It Cake is so cool. I hadn't, like, I know that announcer guy is on SNL. I think that's where a lot of people have seen him from. I thought he was annoying at first, but I got over it. And now I'm here for the cakes. He's pretty funny. At first I was like, what is this guy's deal? I think it's his eyes. He has a very like intense stare while he's doing his delivery. But yeah, I love Is It Cake. I haven't watched the holiday seasons fully because I think they did like a winter Christmas holiday one, and I also think they did a Halloween season that I started and maybe didn't finish. So also, we're talking about Culinary Class Wars. I need to hop on and watch that one too at some point. Yes, I love Nailed It. Fight Lady Fight. I love Nailed It. Also, that was the first time I had ever encountered the comedic stylings of Nicole Byer, and now I like love her. I listen to all her podcasts now, the one host. Yeah, I really love Nailed It. It's great. And also, I feel like they've kind of honed the process now to where they give people a fighting chance. I feel like they just threw people to the wind when it first started, but now they have, the most recent season I watched, they have like guest decorators on. Like there's that one guy from Sweet Impact. He has a big YouTube following. He's really cool. He's also just very charming. He seems charming. On his YouTube and on Nailed It. So like he had him on, and he was like the kind of consulting guest decorator, where he and another decorator were there like to kind of guide people through certain troubled spots of the decorating. And then they had the usual judges like Jacques Torres and stuff, and then probably the celebrity judge. But I thought it was cool that they were kind of gearing things a little bit towards like, hey, let's learn how to do this together, like from a beginner's perspective, instead of like, let's throw these you know, home bakers, novices into the fray without any guidance. Oh, I love cereal too. I want to focus and start putting ruffles on this cake, but I love cereal. I have to that's one late night snack for me as well. That's sort of hard to resist. Like if it's in the house, I like can't stop thinking about it. So this tip I'm going to start, and then as it comes around, you'll see what I mean, to where it's like a star tip and a ruffle tip at the same time, which is exciting. I need to pick I guess I'm gonna do the star at the top and the ruffle dropping down from it. Yeah, Jacques Torres is really likable. And even when they were just letting people do wild stuff on that show, I still feel like they endeavored to find at least one good thing to say about the cakes, even if they looked and presumably tasted a little bit awful. Oh, but they did be spitting out some cake on there. And I don't blame them. Like, you know, sometimes they would cut into it and like, this isn't baked. This is not safe to eat. Yeah, that would be one of my last picks. Like, if you had to pick one of the baking shows to be like a judge on, that would not be my first pick. You don't know what you're gonna get. I tried a new to me cereal recently in South Korea. It's called Krichio. And one moment please, I'm looking how this turned out, if I like the way it looks or not. Don't like it. I'm gonna take it off and try again. That was easy enough. It's kind of like Chex cereal, but it's chocolate. Yeah, if I'm gonna have a sweet cereal, that's a good one. And then the one other like kind of sweet, trashy junk food cereal that I really like is peanut butter Captain Crunch. Peanut butter Captain Crunch is really good. That's like a nostalgic pick for me, because growing up, my mom and dad were like low sugar kind of household. Like my mom, when she would pick out cereals, if she got like Honey Nut Cheerios, she would mix them half and half with plain Cheerios, so that like we weren't starting the day with like a ton of sugar. Which is like, yeah, fair, especially since multiple of me and my siblings went through periods of time where we had like blood sugar issues. So anyway, ramble. I do love Honey Bunches of Oats. That's a good one. I love Honey Bunches of Oats. How do I want to do this? Could put another one on there for like a guide for the width, but I think it's okay. Maybe like dish and dish. I'm being indecisive. I'm being horribly indecisive, but that's okay. Start at the tip. Try this again, you. Baking Impossible. Super interesting. Teams consisted of one baker and one engineer. Oh, I think I saw that one. Did they make like a boat on one episode? If I want to say that's the show it was, Baking Impossible. They did some cool, inventive stuff. That would also be some fun stuff that I want to get into. Yeah, the boat challenge. Yeah. Doing more like armature and structure and inedible components would be cool. Like, you know, like adding like LEDs and fun stuff to cakes to kind of just make them more exciting. That was always my favorite thing about when Duff Goldman would show up on like a Food Network challenge. He's putting sparklers and fireworks and stuff in his cake. And I feel like that's why he got his show originally. It was because people were like, who's this guy making all these rad cakes? Yeah, he's the man. He's the man for his time and place. No, I got a blowout. Y'all, this tip isn't doing it for me. We're gonna change gears. I'm gonna change gears and pick a different one. Yeah. I think it's the texture of my frosting. I let it sit too long and it's not as smooth and glossy coming out of the bag as it should be. No matter. This is a frosting tip for another day. Oh, the AC's being weird again, making like gurgly noises. Okay, let's do just a regular petal tip. And then we'll do the star tip on top. Say that 5 times fast. Okay, I see a tiny petal tip, but I need a slightly larger one. Petal tips you can use for ruffles also. Let's see, I just had another container next to me full of piping tips. I have them separated in a like little drawer usually, but it's kind of large, and so I don't usually bring that whole thing back here. It lives in my cabinet, so I'll just go through and pick out like a selection of tips that I need. But that does make it easier because I have them sorted by like size and type typically. But also I think that would be audio nonsense, just like open all those drawers and trying to get them out. Yeah, the boat challenge was really cool. I hope they do another season of that one too. I should go back and finish that one. Also on, it was the latest show that came out. I think it was on Hulu. And speaking of Duff Goldman, he was the host of the show. And so the concept of the show is Duff Goldman has a team of like 6 people, and he has a team of like 6 groups of people. And he's making these 6 different cakes while he's like challenging a guest decorator who's come on to make a cake of the same theme. And so his challenge is like guiding everybody through. And he also does a lot of it himself. Like he did like an ice sculpture with a chainsaw on one episode. That show is really cool. I need to see what the title of that one is, because if you like Baking Impossible, you should check that one out for sure. But yeah, that one was really neat. Specifically, I went off track, but specifically there was a challenge where you were supposed to make a cake that also had an interior. So one of them made this like Atlantis-inspired Neptune's temple. That was really tight. And then the other one made like a theater, like an opera house or like a ballet theater type theater. And so like there's a cake and it looks like a building or something, but then you could actually look inside and there's like a scene set inside of the cake, which is mind-blowing. Yeah, so if you like Baking Impossible, I would definitely check out that show for sure. Yoop. Oh my goodness. Come here, little frosting blob. Okay, I've been stalling on this a while. I keep getting sidetracked and start peeping, yapping and peeping the chat. Alright, here we go. Ruffle time. Just gonna send it. Wait, what? Live stream fails on Reddit. What did I do? Yeah, like a Barbie house. Sorry, I just saw Jigmera's, I just saw your comment. It's like a, yeah, like a Barbie house or doll house where it's like, there's an interior to it. Why? Why are people being mean on Reddit? I mean, that's not out of the ordinary, but whatever. Oh! I stuck my finger in it. Cool, 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 cool. Live stream fails. Was it because I cut Rossetti in half? Is this happening currently? Reddit is grumpy. Yeah, I feel like Reddit can be a grumpy place. But I wonder what incited this unfortunate reaction. Okay, there we go. And then, so I'm doing like a little scalloped edge. Internet is mean sometimes. I'll look into that later, maybe, but that seems like an extreme reaction. Not sure what could have gone so terribly wrong that we're at that point already. I've literally streamed for like 3 days maybe, so we'll figure it out unless Eve has any insight on what's going on over there. I'm busy making cake, so that's a problem for later. Hopefully it's just some Rossetti fans who are upset. Whatever it is. There we go. So we did like a petal ruffle, and then I'm gonna do like a shell on top of that. I wonder if I drop this down you could see it better. How's that? That's a little better maybe, but let me know if it's not. Yeah, internet is mean sometimes. Here we go. And star tip. We'll do the ruffle situation. Like kind of on the edge of where the ruffles are. So it's like a secondary border. So this is like kind of a more like dreamy, traditional romantic style Valentine's Day cake. But I wanted to have like a couple different options. Swoop. Here you go. And coming around the mountain. There she goes. Okay, that looks kind of cute. And then I'm just gonna write like Happy Valentine's Day. And then we'll move on to the next design. Whoops. Do the heart piece next. And then we'll do like the, I was talking about what designs I wanted to try out today. We'll do the groovy design last. This one isn't very elaborate. I might just get a photo of it and then try this one again after I have time to fix up my frosting, because I need to go and like remix it, but I don't want to like keep popping off screen because that would be silly. Happy Valentine's Day. Here we go. Happy. One thing that's pretty cute for cake decorating, writing in particular, is when you do like a layered text. So like you pipe in one larger tip in one color and then another tip after that. So I especially like it for Halloween cakes with like purple and orange. It's always like a very striking combo. Here we go, S at the end. Yeah, we're gonna call this one done and just move on to the next one. Wait a minute, turn it, and ta-da! And yeah, I'm going to take a quick pic of this one, but I might revisit this one later off camera. It was just like as I was doing it, I was realizing this one's not like a super good one, like to see. That's been a balancing. They're not wishing death. Okay, good. Thanks, Rip Maji, for confirming. I was like, what the heck? Yeah, overhead zoom cam is definitely needed in the future for these angles, I think. I was realizing that for making fondant figurines as well, because I like to make different little miniatures, but at this angle and this depth, like it's not very conducive to that. I need to like swap the camera angle like a crafting channel where it's like top down, just hands. And so that'd be something to do in the future. I got plan ahead for that kind of thing. Yeah, for sure though. Okay, cool. I was like briefly concerned, but I was like, what the heck? That seems real wild. I'm just over here taking things too seriously. Yeah, I guess we got some Rossetti fans disgruntled about me chopping into their boy. That's okay. He lives on in our hearts. And for me personally, in my stomach. Because, yeah, he was pretty tasty. Oh, there's the pink frosting spatula. Okay. And there we go. We're gonna do the heart piece cake since that was like the one I was most excited about today. I want y'all to get to see that one. If you've been kind enough to stick around, I don't want you to miss out. I know people have to like log off when they gotta go. People got stuff, but if you are here, I feel like that's the one I'm most excited about today. So we'll do that one next. And then I don't know, see kind of what time it is after that and move on. When I'm just kind of like chit-chatting and decorating at the same time, it's a little harder for me to like guesstimate how long things are going to take, because I definitely move at a different pace when I'm trying to multitask. Yeah, especially responding to Ritmaji. I do usually taste the cakes I'm making, especially if I'm like testing a new recipe, or sometimes if I have to like carve or trim a cake, I'll test it just to be sure like I didn't do something crazy like forget the salt or something weird like that. But I do try to make sure, since I don't have orders as often in my current capacity as a cake decorator as I used to, but I still want to make them and keep practicing decorating. So I decided to start doing, you know, like streaming and editing videos on YouTube of different designs that I personally want to make. But I'm always trying to find somebody who wants to eat the cake after the fact, because in my household it's just myself and my partner, my husband. And so if it's like a larger cake that I've done the design for, we're not going to finish it all on our own. So I either send it to work with him, and then it gets eaten. He'll just like drop it off in the break room and then look back at the end of the day and it's all gone. Or he'll like take it to his specific office or whatever. Or I have a couple people who live in my neighborhood who are usually pretty receptive to a free cake. So that's good. They always find a nice home afterwards if it's a big one, especially that like I'm not going to be able to finish eating myself, or just me and my husband. So that being said, I do like to taste the cakes when I do new flavors. Over the summer, I was doing a little experiment. I wanted to check out some new options for natural, like food-based food coloring. So like instead of using pink food coloring, I used like dragon fruit, cactus fruit powder, and so on and so forth. And that was really fun tasting all of those different ones. That was a bit of a wild card. Ooh, my favorite type of cake to eat. I really like chocolate. Chocolate and probably like a fruit filling. I like raspberry a lot. So like I love a raspberry jam. I also love a lemon curd, like a tart and tangy accent, especially if it's a sweet flavor like vanilla with like a sweet buttercream. I think it's really nice to have a good contrasting flavor. So yeah, I would say chocolate with like a bitter chocolate ganache, or if it's more like in the vanilla realm of cakes, I'm looking for like a tart and tangy filling to go with it. This one bakery I worked at back in the day, she ordered in her curds pre-made from a company, and they were really, you know, good quality. But she got a passion fruit curd that came in that one was really good. It wasn't ever like a popular, like a big seller. I guess people, you know, didn't want to take a chance on it. You go for something more generic like lemon or whatever. But that one, whenever I was like piping it into the cupcakes for a filling or something, it smelled so delicious. It was really tasty, and I'm like, oh, that's a nice, unique flavor offering for them to have. A separate bakery I worked at, one of their specialty buttercreams was a mango, and that smelled so delicious. Like no exaggeration, like it made my mouth water when I would like open up the container of mango frosting. It smelled like really, I don't know, just really inviting, super fruity smells. Almost like the mango starburst flavor, just really fruity smelling. Yeah. Other cakes to eat. I do like sponge cakes with like lighter fillings. That's always really good too. Since most of the decorating I do is like a heavier kind of American style butter cake with buttercream. I tend to, if I'm gonna choose something myself like to eat out and about in the world of possibilities, I will usually pick something, you know, different or unique. You know, versus what I kind of encounter all the time through my work. So, yeah. I tend towards like a little less sweet stuff nowadays than I used to, I guess. I was talking about that the other day. Like fondant, I'm not like a super huge fan of fondant, so I get it when other people aren't. So like it doesn't offend me if someone picks a cake design and then like when they get the cake they're not eating the fondant. I get it. But my younger sisters, when I lived at home and I was making cakes, they loved fondant. They had big sweet tooths, so they were always just like chomping on big chunks of cake with fondant. Like in particular, there was one cake I made that was larger, and it was the first time I tried to do like a carved cake. It did not turn out that great, but there was a lot of leftovers because of the scale of it. So there was in the freezer, and they were just pulling out chunks of frozen cake and chomping on the fondant. It's like a bright blue fondant too, so you know the optics. There's just big gobs of blue fondant. Also at the time, I was using a specific brand of fondant that I'm not really a fan of anymore. I feel like it has a bad aftertaste and it's not like the smoothest finish. There are some out there that like actually taste decent. They're still all gonna be overly sweet, so if that's not your thing, it's because they're mostly made of, you know, straight sugar, and then, you know, that's gonna be the major ingredient, I feel like. Okay, we're gonna frost this one white and then add like the details to kind of indicate that it's a heart piece. I have a little shiny, hang on, heart here that I made in the mold out of like a hard candy, so we're gonna add that on top for just a fun accent. But this one is this the white frosting? Yeah, here's the white frosting. So, sorry, Protomav. Yeah, I'm getting a little snacky too myself, thinking about all this food. Gotta figure out what I'm gonna have for lunch. I think I have a little bit. I made just like generic soft tacos the other night. I think I have a little bit of taco meat left. Or I might do, I also have some boiled eggs. Might do egg salad or something. Or oatmeal. Oatmeal's my go-to if I'm like just trying to eat something quick and easy. Okay, I'm gonna take off this thinner tip and just use the fat tip to frost the color of the cake. Yeah, here we go. We were talking about late night snacks earlier. Does anybody else have fun late night snacks that they're into? I know, like, when you get older and digestion is like a consideration. They're like, eating at late at night isn't good for your digestion, don't do it. But sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Cereal's a good one. Chips and ramen. There's like a convenience store right near me, and they have so many different types of ramen and cup noodle. And yeah, I know it's not great for you either. Everything in moderation though. You can make snacky choices every once in a while. I'm saying that to myself mostly. I'm like, who am I talking to? Me. Reassuring myself. Hello. So covered it in white frosting. I'm gonna smooth it out again, similar to what we did earlier. And this was the main one I wanted to get a picture of today because I just want to post a couple options so that people like know what to look for. And also mostly have an idea of the size of it. So that was my goal for today. Later this week, I'm gonna hop on around the same time. I'm wanting to get a little earlier start than I did today, but like I said earlier, setup took me a little bit longer just to make sure everything was in place and then mixing all the frosting colors. On Friday, I think we're gonna do another character cake. And last night somebody suggested Stitch, like from Lilo and Stitch, so maybe we'll do that. And also, I saw a commercial or a trailer for the new Mario game, and I've been wanting to make a Yoshi cake anyway, so I'm like, well, that's the perfect occasion because it looks like he's stepping on the scene as far as the movies go. He's going to be in the latest movie. I'm going to turn off the AC really quick because it's getting really cold in here. I turned it on because the lights get warm, but I'm going to have to kind of fluctuate, or at least I'm going to change the temperature really quick, but I'm not going anywhere. And I'm back. All right. And I also made a light blue color for this cake to make like the accent to look like it's glass or something. Oh, I like yogurt too. I've been doing more like savory yogurt stuff with Greek yogurt lately. Like one of my go-to middle of the day snacks is like chop up some cucumber and like grape tomatoes and then toss it with like some herbs and spices and yogurt. So it's like a little protein but also yummy and crunchy and tasty. And I'll put other random stuff in there. Depending on like what veggies I have on hand. Sometimes like bell peppers or like green onions. And then for crunchies, sometimes I'll put like pumpkin seeds or sunflower seeds in there. It's pretty tasty. And again, it's something I can just like throw together and then eat and then get on with my life. Yeah, it's tasty. And put other stuff in it too. I've seen people doing like chopped salads on bagels and stuff, and I saw a yummy one the other day that was like kind of breakfast adjacent, where it's just like they chopped up the bacon and cheddar and green onions they chopped it into the like cream cheese that they're gonna put on their bagel. I was like, that's yummy, that's a good idea. I made bagels a couple of times. That's always a fun challenge. But again, sort of like croissants and other pastries like that, if there's like a place near me that does it pretty well, I'm not gonna end up making them at home because I'm like, the process is fun, but if I know they're available with reasonable convenience and ease, I'm just gonna leave it to the pros who do that kind of thing all the time. Because like I do bake bread casually, but I haven't done it like in a volume setting ever, so it's like not second nature to me. Like it's something I enjoy doing, but I'm not like an expert when it comes to yeast and doughs. That's an area that I could use a little work in. I have a friend who's really into sourdough Sourdough's tasty. I know everybody's, you know, there's a big sourdough craze that came up recently, but I haven't really maintained a starter for that long ever. We made sourdough in culinary school. I did like an AS program and got like the chef certificate. Anyway, that was a long time ago now. But when you're doing like the baking classes, you get to like dip your toes into all the different areas. So we did do sourdough in that class. That was fun. I do love bread. Also, if there's a time of year to hunker down and eat some bread, it's now. It's been so cold lately. I've had to double up on pants. I have like a bunch of underlayers to put under now. Like usually I'll like put like fleece line tights or something under my pants. But recently I found these like heat tech leggings that are much more comfortable. I feel like the fleece line stuff just gets like kind of itchy and uncomfortable for a while, especially if like you're outdoors and you're walking and then you're all of a sudden you're where you need to be at the office or in a store and you're like, okay, now these aren't comfortable anymore. But these ones are like kind of more like an athletic legging material, so they're a lot comfier under other pants and they're very warm. Even though they're thin, they like stay very warm, so that's good. Yeah, people have sourdough starters that are like older than, you know, their children or like family members and stuff. It's like when you adopt a parrot, like you're like, this thing might live for 40 years. It's like if you adopt a sourdough starter, you better be ready to commit. Or like a tortoise, if you get pet tortoise, it's like these things live forever. The sourdough starter is part of the family. We've named it. My one chef instructor, his sourdough starter was simply named the Beast, and so his favorite thing when he got like a new student, he would say like, it's time, you gotta go feed the Beast today, and they're like, what? Excuse me, I have to do what now? Yeah. Oh, I did do a battery check. We're still good on battery levels, and I have the extra one charging, so okay, I just need to keep checking so I don't forget. I will forget. Yeah, and sourdough starters, depending on like what kind you have, they can be so temperamental. My friend was lamenting the fact that her, like the apartment she had moved into was always too cold during this time of year, even if she, you know, had the heaters on, because it's like floor heating. So I guess like if you have a sourdough starter at countertop level, it's not benefiting from, you know, the heat as much. Anyway, all that to say, she was like, but I've seen online where people will wrap their bowl in string lights just for like a gentle warmth, like a low power source, gentle, like ambient warmth to keep it at the right level without killing your starter. My family, we went through a phase with this friendship bread. It was more like a quick bread, like a muffin loaf kind of thing that you would pick, but it was also fermented, so like the starter had like a really yummy, tangy, like tangy quality to it. And it was kind of like ye old email chain letter, because the idea was you made it and it was the kind of thing like you fed it, and then on this day you like bake a certain number of loaves or whatever. And the idea was like you give someone a loaf and then you also give them like a container of the starter with it so they can do their own thing. So it's like friendship bread. And my mom kept, this was when I was like much younger, but my mom kept up with that thing for a long time. And she would make it and freeze it and hand them out and make it. And like this went on for like, in my mind, it had to have been several months and, you know, maybe a year or more. Time's funny at that age, but eventually she's like, I've run out of people to give it to, so I think I'm just gonna let it die. You know, she like didn't have anybody else to pass it along to. And at that time, everybody was probably burnt out on eating it. It was kind of like, not quite like a soda bread, but not quite like a banana bread type loaf. You know, somewhere in between. It was very tasty. And she would make it like them one way, or sometimes she would add cinnamon or cocoa to it, just to switch it up a little bit. But this stuff was good. Yeah, it was cute. It was a fun little thing. I think whoever her friend was, or maybe it was one of our neighbors at the time, they had like done it for like a little holiday gift, and then my mom carried it on for a while. It was good. But yeah, it still takes maintenance. Oops, sorry. Here we go. Okay, let's pick up the pace. I need to swap because this one has like a little notch in it and it keeps making a line that's bothering me. So I'm gonna swap these out really quick. This one has pink on it, but I'm gonna scrape that off and move on. I'm just lollygagging. It's nice though to be able to sit down and decorate, you know, at my leisure and not be like in a bakery environment where I'm pressed for time all the time and trying to make, you know, make things efficient for volume and time's sake. I could definitely pick up the pace a little bit, but this is kind of nice just lollygagging through it. Yeah. This one will be pretty simple again, but cute. Like pipe like a blue border to where it looks, I'm kind of, personally I'm thinking about the heart piece from more like Ocarina of Time era, that heart piece, not like the Twilight Princess heart piece from Zelda where it's like more ornate. I'm kind of going basic, like classic. Yeah, cozy. No pressure, just chilling. Got all the time in the world. I'm my own boss now. No distractions either. Gotta figure out what I'm gonna make for dinner, and I need to like chuck some laundry, get that going. But besides that, this is my main event for the day. There are a couple lingering errands I need to run, but those could happen later in the week. But yeah, I've been trying to firm up the stream schedule, and I think I'm shooting for Mondays and Fridays my time. So it's Monday here now, but I know depending on where you are in the world, maybe it's still Sunday evening. But yeah, I think that'll be neat because then like US time, I'll be hitting it on Sunday evening, Thursday evening. And then I also might do a random weekend stream every now and then as the schedule allows, and also as there's like, I want to like kind of do special events or special game releases, like themed streams for those. That would be really cool. Oop. Oops. I overdid it a little bit. Now I need to go back and fix it. It's all right. But yeah. And I'm also always open to suggestions of what people want to see. And if we have some more ambitious projects, we could like set like goals for it. And that would be fun. Somebody has already requested that we do a 6-layer or a 6-tiered cake rather. I'm like, oh boy, that would be quite an undertaking. So we'll have to make it worthwhile. Also, like I was talking about earlier, I'm like, I gotta make sure I have somebody in mind who will receive the cake. Like I could do like a giveaway or something at work or on base or in book club or something like that. And be like, hey, guess what? Do you randomly need like a wedding cake size cake? Well, I have good news for you. There we go. I do have one order coming up next week. Monday. She went back and forth about what day she wanted to meet to pick it up, but I think she wants it Monday, but the party is on Tuesday. So we'll probably do that one Monday, my time, which is Sunday, your time. We'll meet up Monday evening or something, so I'll do it Monday morning. It's a kind of generic, just birthday cake design, but still, it's fun. I'll have something to work on while we chat and figure out future ideas. It's just like a kid's birthday cake with rainbow sprinkles and text and stuff, so that'll be cool. Eventually I'd like to do like events and stuff in chat where we kind of like determine the cake together, kind of like roll for sandwich or roll for whatever, where it's like we have a set number of options, you know, like, okay, I'm doing the base color of the cake. Do we want it this color, this color, this color? And then we'll just kind of put it all together randomly as we go along. Ooh, that would be really cool. Oh, I'm back. Hi, it's Foundling. I just saw you. Yes, this one I'm gonna decorate like a heart piece. So it's gonna be a simple buttercream design, but I have, speaking of bedazzled jewels, we got a little sparkly hard candy heart to put in the center of this one. Also, on that note, I do have some fun silicone molds that I can make molded jellies or gummies, or I think hard candy would be the best like option if we want it to be really shiny. We could do that for a bedazzled cake. That would be sick. But yeah, I have one like slightly larger mold that I can make like a diamond shape, like a kind of traditional quote unquote diamond ring sort of shaped diamond. And then I have some smaller molds that are really cute, different shaped gemstones. And then also I have a set that I ordered especially on, I just saw Protomav, you said something about Deku Tree. I did a Deku Tree on the YouTube channel. It was one of the very first videos that I posted. So the editing is like, the editing's got a little bit better every time I've edited the video. But I special ordered an Etsy mold for rupees. So it has, I have a little tiny silicone mold where I can cast little tiny rupee candies. And for the Deku Tree on, or Deku Tree, I don't know if you say, growing up we always said Deku Tree, and at that time I always like defaulted to what my older brother said. So we said Deku Tree, but I know a lot of people say Deku Tree, which is probably correct. The theme for that cake, I made it around the holidays, so I was like, what if I make a Deku Tree, but I make it decorated like a Christmas tree? So I did the rupees and then piped lines for string lights. And then for the ornaments on the cake, I went through and made a bunch, not all of them, I didn't do every single item from the game, but I made all the different item icons that you see like on your select screen. So like I made like little bombs and little potion bottles, little you know, everything, a bomb chew, ice arrows, fire arrows, light arrows, boots, tunics and stuff. And those, all those little icons that I made out of fondant were the ornaments that went on the Deku Tree. So imagine Deku Tree, and then I'll have to like link it. I'll link it or something later, so if you want to see it. But honestly, that might be one of my favorite cakes I ever made the whole time. Because like sometimes I'll come up with a concept and like it'll change gradually along the way, you know, for better or worse, usually for better. But that one came out exactly how I wanted it to. like from start to finish. I was like, okay, I'll make his trunk out of cake, and then his the canopy of his tree will be a separate cake. So I'll lay it on top like a tier cake. His bottom will be covered in modeling chocolate or fondant, but the top's gonna be a bunch of piped buttercream leaves. And then all of the rupee lights were really fun to put on. And then to finish it off, I made like a little navy out of hard candy. So she was like transparent and like a little shiny. And then also I made the Master Sword and Hylian shield and like leaned it up against the trunk of the tree. And it was one of my favorite cakes I've ever made, still to this date. Granted, that was only like a year ago, but like, I mean, like going back, thinking about all the cakes I've ever made, like that was probably one of my easily top 3 favorite cakes. Maybe tippity top favorite. Which has been the fun part about producing cakes in this capacity, like, and videoing the process and stuff, because like I get to pick the design every time. I don't have to wait for a customer to pick something cool, and I can incorporate different techniques that I want to practice. So I wanted to like do more sugar and ice and malt stuff, so that's what I did. Like there were certain accents on the fondant ornaments that were also made of the candy. So like the lens of truth, the lens part I made out of a tiny piece of hard candy, and the like the aura at the end of the light arrows and fire arrows and stuff, that was also translucent because it kind of looks like a gemstone when you see it as the item on your screen in the game. And I did make a Tears of the Kingdom cake. That was fun. I think that one's on the Instagram too, but just a photo. I didn't get a lot of video of that one because that was like a multi-day process. And I was doing orders at the time too, so I didn't stop and like video that one. But there's a finished product. I want to do a Majora's Mask themed cake. Somebody in the comments for the deco tree said I should do the moon, like, you know, coming down on the clock tower or something like that. Would be pretty sick. Years back, I did a Majora's Mask, but it was all fondant. I kind of want to revisit that and pipe everything in buttercream. That would be really fun. It looked really cute in fondant still, but buttercream's where it's at lately. I don't know, that's just what I've been having more fun doing as like the main part of the cakes. Okay, that looks fine, I think, for now. All right, then we're gonna drop it down to where you guys can see it better and we can both look at the top of it. Yeah. In the future, yeah, I think an improvement to these streams will be, okay, I'm just gonna stop touching it. I keep wanting to go back and like, oh, let me just fix that. It's fine for this. For these purposes, we're good. Yeah, be more intentional about camera setup, and maybe just, you know, take a moment. I'm not gonna do it today, just based on timing, but be more intentional about the camera setup, or even go through and, let's see, you know, adjust the angle as needed. Is that better? Well, we can both kind of see what we're doing now. And I need the blue frosting. I have some light blue somewhere. Oh, it's over here. Got it. Ooh, Fallout would be cool. Do like the Nuka-Cola guy, or if I wanted to do another sort of gnarly looking cake, I could do, shoot, what's his name in the show? Walton Goggins' character. What is his name? Not the bandit, not the Not the Wraith. What is his name in this show? Anyway. Oh no. Sad. That's the end of this bag, guys. It literally just split up the side. Oh man. We're gonna have to take a moment. What the heck? Literally bust out the side. I have had this one for a while, so I guess it's just its lifespan. It did last me a long time, but good grief. R.I.P. You were a real one, featherweight bag. Okay, I'll quickly run. I didn't bring any extra bags back here, so I will run and grab one really quick. If you bear with me. Goodness. What the hecky? Oh no, this is a mess. Can't believe you've done this. Hold on a second, we got a problem solved really quick. It's a major blowout. What the? Usually that happens with like with other kinds of bags. Not these. Not like this. Whatever. Yeah, back to what we were talking about, a Fallout themed cake would be nice. Could make, I don't know, some of the like gnarly characters from the Wastelands. Like the big crab guys. I forgot what they're called. What other characters would you want to see from Fallout? The little robot assistant guy. He would be cool. Ooh, speaking of like robots and androids and stuff, we should do a Portal cake. I know it's like a much older game, but I want to make the cake from Portal, like the cake. At the end with all the little chocolate sprinkles, and she sings the song, GLaDOS. Okay, I'm gonna run, grab that bag real quick, and then we'll be right back. I still got my mic on, so I'm here with you in spirit, and I will be back in just a matter of seconds, quickly. Great, now I'm off screen, but I'm pretty sure you can hear my stomach growling. What the heck? And my floor creaking. One moment. I should really design a little sign, a BRB sign, or a, what you call it, like a interstitial title card type dealie that just pops up when I have to run off stage, quote unquote, off screen, AFK. Okay, while I'm in here, I'm gonna loosen up the frosting a smidgen. Also, apologies if that was loud. Okay. What a time. We're moving and shaking though. We'll get back to it shortly. Talk amongst yourselves. How's everybody's day going? Or evening, depending on where you're at. Day might quickly be coming to a close. Okay, we're back. I'm coming back. Don't worry. We got it. Okay. Incoming. This is also a good time to check the battery again. Here we go. Okay. Back. Had to bring the whole bowl. Gotta refill this bag. Got a little frosting. Set that up there momentarily. I really chose the wrong profession for someone who hates textures on their hands. I don't like getting frosting all over my hands. Try to run a tight ship. Keep things neat and tidy. I wear like gloves a lot also. Obviously not if I'm just at my house doing this kind of thing. Okay. Since the bag exploded, it took a minute to adjust the consistency while we're at it. It'll be for the best. We'll have smoother options if I mix it back up really quick before adding it to the bag. So in a way, it was a good thing the bag exploded. It's all about your perspective. But yeah. Okay, I'm gonna add some white frosting to it also, some of the leftover we had from earlier. I want it to be just slightly lighter blue. And then what I'm envisioning, I'll pull up like a photo real quick so we all know what's going on, what the goal is. But I'm just imagining like a light blue outline, then the candy heart in the center, and keep it kind of simple for this one. But yeah. What are some other good Fallout cake designs we could do? Obviously, like all the 50s inspired like graphics would be neat. Like, I mean, like that kind of like cartoon style of the little logo and stuff. I haven't played a ton of Fallout, but my roommate, a past roommate, used to be really into it. And I watched the first season of the show. That was great. I know the second one's out now, so we should do something while it's relevant. Or it's coming out. It's coming out week by week, right? On Amazon. Yeah, Fallout would be a good cake. Okay, we're gonna reset what we were doing. Like nothing happened. There you go. Need some scissors. We have tiny scissors. Normal scissors. I guess I need to order a new pastry bag. I have a handful of them, but the one that just died was in my regular rotation. Dropping a coupler in the bag so that we can swap between different piping tips. And okay, so the concept for this one is very, very simple. So like I'm trying to decide if I want to make it completely smooth like this one, or give it the more angular look like it looked in Ocarina of Time. Probably for this, I guess we'll just do it smoother. So it'll be more like the one on this side, I think. And then I guess it should have a message on it to kind of like tie the theme together, so like people realize what I'm going for with it. Like I need to look up the little text box that pops up when, sorry, it's really crinkly. The text box that pops up when you pull one out of the chest, like you got a piece of heart. Your life is increased by whatever. Ooh, I don't know if I have time to execute it, but it would be cute in the future with more planning. If you offered this cake, but you made the cake box look like a little chest, like from Zelda, that would really tie the whole theme together. You got some blue frosting. All right, try that again, you. And coupler, and glance at the photo one more time. Yeah, I think we'll do like a thick blue border and then add like little white highlights to make it look like cartoony, like glass. So we'll need a thick, yeah, like a thick piping tip for the first go around. So perhaps this one, maybe larger. Yeah, what is this one? I'll give it a little test first and see how I like it. Whoops. Yeah, I'm really just kind of workshopping these ideas today. Okay, here we go. There you go. That's a little more visible. Yeah, I think that's all right from the camera. Put this out of the way. Okay. Here we go. Maybe I should change the camera angle. That's nice. It came out nice and smooth. Also, I had to stop talking for a second. Really lock in. And then nudge the tip. There we go. So, the little blue outline. Then we will set our heart in the middle. I'm gonna let the blue chill for a second before I try to add those white accents. And I'm gonna put it shiny side up. And I think this top side's gonna be shinier than the bottom, yeah. Here we go. Got some tweezers, so I can try to be delicate with this. Trying to like, I was hoping you could like see how see-through it was if I held it up to the light. But it's looking pretty opaque if I'm honest. But this side is shiny. Let me stop wobbling it around before I drop it. But yeah, okay, there, it's catching the light. So it's like a nice shiny, I don't know why I'm holding my arm at this angle, but it's nice and shiny. So I'm gonna pop it on top. Whoop. Ta-da. And, oops. I guess my depth perception is not perceiving today. Okay. I mean, I'm kind of in love with it. I know it's really simple, but like, if you like Zelda, I feel like that's all it needs. I'm gonna take a picture now, and then I'm going to add the white highlights, and then take a picture and see which one I like better. Hold on. Da 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 da! You got a piece of heart. Hee. fun. Wait, I want to catch the light so you can see the shinies. Watch me dump it off the plate. Oh, there it is. Just glinting in the... Yeah, okay. I'm gonna stop messing around with it. But you can see it when I tilt it. Cool. There we go. Heart piece. Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick photo. And then I'm gonna make some modifications and see how I like them. And then I think I'll add some sprinkles to the base of it, but this one I want to keep it fairly simple. I have just some little heart-shaped sprinkles that I got from the Dollar Tree for this occasion. So anyway, yeah. What's next? Oh, the last design I want to do is just going to be like a groovy sort of design, and by that I mean like a multicolored concentric heart design, and then I'm gonna put little daisies on top. Very simple. And I think I'm gonna just do those three. So I started with the conversation heart, then this one, and then that one, and then for the purposes of this, kind of keep it narrowed down, the options, so it doesn't get out of hand. Originally I was just going to do the conversation heart, but then I had this idea and wanted to act on that while I was fresh in my brain. Also, my stomach is growling like crazy. I hope that's not coming out across super crazy. While I'm paused for a second, I'm just gonna swap the battery because I know if I start doing this next part, I might, you know, lose focus and forget to change it. So this will take like 2 seconds. It might, the screen might freeze for like a second, or it might just keep going. I'm not sure. It's worked every other time. There we go. Battery out, battery in. Okay, and then we're back. Okay, just to be sure. And we're good. Yo. Oh man, you can see my pants. I'm just wearing sweats today. It was really cold this morning. Went out on a walk, and then when I got back home, I couldn't like warm up. I was like drinking hot tea and coffee at one point also. Like first thing in the morning, coffee. Anyway, but like I was getting back and starting to get set up for this, and I was like, I need another layer of pants. So I put these big old sweatpants over my other pants. And now here we are. Okay. So I need the white frosting bag I had earlier. That's purple. This is pink. White. It's right in front of me, of course. And I'm just trying to make sure, since this frosting is super soft, this frosting, I need to like mix it up again so it's also like pliable. And not gonna be super rigid while I'm trying to pipe it on top of a softer frosting, because normally I need to, oh wait, before I do that, one thing at a time, lady. I need to take a photo, but where are my doilies? Here we go. Okay, pop this on top for vibes. Valentine's vibes. I'll take a picture now and then another one afterwards if I like the added white accents, but this might be the vibe just as is. Here we go. Cute. All right. Put that away. And move on. I need a small round tip. And then just adding some sort of highlight indications to give the appearance of like a glass or something. So either an outline or just like mark here, mark here. We'll see kind of what works. I guess I'll put the sprinkles on first, take that picture, and then if I change it, take a picture after that. Because I might just leave it as is. Especially if I don't like the look of it with everything else on it. Originally I was trying to decide this morning, I was thinking about doing like a pixelated heart design. Either by piping it by hand in tiny squares, or I have this small like chocolate mold. It's like a little tray and it has they're not squares exactly, but it's like a grid almost of little divots, and I've done some kind of like 8-bit looking designs in that before, which turned out nice. So I was considering doing like a heart in that capacity as well. Here we go. Oops. Yeah, I might just kind of toss them at the side. That's going to be a lot less time consuming. Also, the frosting's still really soft. So like if you chill your cake and then you put it in the fridge, that's the same thing. If you chill your cake and then you try to put your sprinkles on, depending on how firm your frosting is, you might have to work a little harder or place them more intentionally. But if you place them right after you frosted it, it's pretty willing to receive these sprinkles. Like the frosting's almost too soft for them. What do you think about blue sugar sprinkles? Because then that would give like a kind of sparkly flair to it. Ooh, or maybe that's what I do. I will pipe those little white lines to kind of give the indication that this is glass, like a little outline here and there. And then maybe I'll just do like a kind of cartoon sparkle up here on this top corner. So that like it gives the indication that the whole thing is sparkly. Maybe that's what we do. Good job. Good thinking, team. Yeah. Probably one of my next long form videos. I started a different Animal Crossing concept, but that was why I switched for the streams to a full body cake of Rossetti, because what I started doing was little fondant figurines of all the characters, and I was going to put them on an island cake. But that wasn't as good for streaming purposes, so that's probably gonna have to be a long form video. Additionally, what are some other ideas we had coming up? I had a couple ideas sort of mapped out for these first few months. I have a couple going away cakes that are coming up. Some people in my life are moving away and I want to do something, a cool theme for them. One person I'm leaning towards a Lord of the Rings themed cake for them because they're a big Tolkien fan. I haven't decided on the design for that one yet. Here, let's turn this around and you can see what I'm doing. I just started like going rogue. But I'll turn it around to the side where you can enjoy this part of the process. Perhaps. There we go. Yeah, that's better. Forgot it's not just me here today. And then we'll place the hearts on the heart. Heart inception. Can you see that one? I think you could. Better than before, at least. We'll just do a small smattering at the bottom for vibes. I feel like I want to avoid doing bottom piping borders on these. That way the sizing will be more appropriate for each one of the cakes. So I want to offer, based on the like heart-shaped cutter and heart-shaped pans I have, I can do a 5-inch, a 7-inch, or a 9-inch. And in that way, if I don't put a bottom border on them, I can use a 6-inch, 8-inch, and 10-inch board for them, and those are like the standard sizes they come in. If I wanted to put a bottom border on this one, I would have to size up to a larger size cake circle, and I don't have those right now, so not to say that I couldn't get them by then, but just in case, this will be more pragmatic in the future. Also, I tend to only buy 6, 10s, and 12s, and with that being said, a 10-inch board would be a little overkill for a 5-inch cake, but then I don't want to get like a bunch of 8-inch boards that I'm not going to use as regularly, so that's kind of the thought process also. And trying to offer these at a reasonable price point, and like if you get down to the brass tacks of it, like the less abundant frosting, like if there's not like a ton of frosting on the bottom border, you know, you can add offer them at a lower price point, and the food cost is lower, because like y'all, butter is expensive, and all the buttercreams I make have real butter in them. So yeah, I don't know, that's all just like little stuff you gotta consider. You know, the other side of this. Can you see? I could zoom in the camera. That would be... Just don't want to like mess it up and be fooling around with it forever. Let's try it though. Yeah, we'll do it. You can't even see the hearts. Shoop, shoop. Should have just done it when I was changing the battery, honestly. Also, it could be a little more in focus, honestly. Who set this camera up? Just kidding, it was me. Sorry, I'm trying to be gentle so it's not super jarring. I'll tilt it. I think it'd be okay if I just zoom it in, honestly, instead of tilting it down. There you go, just coming in a little tighter. We're a little out of focus though, honestly. Is that better or worse? I think that's better on the cake. That's how I had it set up yesterday, where like the cake was really in focus and then I was kind of like in the background, which is fine. Let's see. I think that's a little bit better. We'll go roll with that for right now, but y'all let me know what you think if you have strong feelings about it. I think that's much better, actually. We could have come in a little closer a while ago. That was the funny thing about the mini tiered cake I was making the other day. I was like asking people to guesstimate how many servings they thought it was. And like I was looking back, cause like looking on the video currently, it wasn't as apparent to me, but watching it back, I was like, oh, that cake looks like huge because it's up so much closer. Like I'm back here, and like now this cake looks like it could be quite large. Perspective. Is that a tiny mountain lion? Is that a tiny mountain lion, or is it just because of perspective? Oh my gosh, perspective. Y'all, I think I'll have to sign off after this one. My tummy is growling. It's got a mind of its own now. But if you've been hanging out, thanks for hanging out. This has been fun. It's like a slightly shorter stream today. Not by much though. Let's see. Oh, we've been rolling for 3 hours. What am I talking about? It's about as long as I run the other days too, so. It's just because I got started a little earlier. Oh my gosh, it's already 5 o'clock. What the heck? Here you go. Almost done. Oh, lost it. Being a little extra with the sprinkles. But yeah, I think this will be a fun sort of basic design, and I can recreate it pretty easily. And it's cute, but simple enough. Also, like, if you're not big into food colorings, this is a good one, because it's not like it's not just bright red. I feel like, you know, that's usually the vibe around Valentine's days. Yes, you'll get some pastels, but also you might be contending with a bunch of bright... Oh! See ya! You might be faced with a lot of bright red food coloring. Anyway. Alright. Whoops. I think that just about does it for this one. I'm going to try out those little accents I was talking about. And then I think we'll call it a day. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for checking things out. Yeah, we need to do some more character cakes coming up. That'd be pretty cool. Also, pretty soon I would like to do another large-scale project like the deku tree. Something on that level, basically. Okay, here we go, and frosting. Put it over here, I think. Yep, okay. So take a quick picture of this one from the side. Maybe don't get my whole office in the background. Let me just pop it around this way. Shoop. Is that crazy? Does that look terrible? A little bit, but I'm not really pressed about it. It's kind of going above and beyond what I was planning to do for this Valentine's Day promo anyway, so I was just gonna do drawings instead of like actual photos of cake. Okay. Let's do this. Let's add a little shimmer up top and a little outline, and then we'll be good to go. And the outline, I'm not, it doesn't have to be like super parallel with the outer edge. Like I don't need it exactly on the edge because I want it to be kind of floating so it looks like glass. Like I want to give like the illusion of like it being transparent. All right. I think we'll start with the shimmer up here. I think that's the move because that's the part I want to focus on. And then do the other part accordingly. Okay. Let's see. If I drop it low, if I drop it down on the table level, can you see? Tell you what, it's time to employ the other noisier but slightly more useful cake table because it's got tilting action. And by that, hang on, hold on, buffering, shoop, and tilty. All right, now we're in business. Okay, so you can tilt the top of this one, but also it'll still rotate unless you pull the secret lever down here. And yeah, so now it's like stationary. So we're gonna get a little crazy. I'm gonna flip this facing you. Yeah, this is gonna be very much a bear with me type thing going on for some of these first streams while I kind of figure out what exactly works for us. Oh yeah. Okay, so now the fun part is I'm gonna pipe upside down and then you're gonna get to see it a little bit better. And then we're gonna see how that turns out. That's also why I'm like, okay, good thing I took pictures of it ahead of time. Okay, we're gonna zoom in a smidge. Get ready. Not too crazy, but oh shoot. She's going rogue. Yo, why don't you just, oh boy. Pulling in slightly. Daily and nightly in little ways. Okay. That's a bit better. Also, I'm finding doing things of contrasting color is going to be important. That looks good. I'm glad. Good decision. Good idea. Thanks, Tilty Wilton Table. Not a sponsor. I promise I'll stop making that joke. Eventually. It's not even a joke, you fool. So we're making like a little shing, like a little sparkle. Also, don't even tell me, I don't even know if it's a real thing. I just stopped looking at like social media and stuff, but the fact that the using the sparkle emoji is like an indication of like AI content. I'm like, why you gotta ruin the sparkle for us now too? Are you just gonna ruin everything systematically? Thanks. Savor strongly of bitterness, but I like the sparkle emoji. It's really useful, I feel like. Had many various applications. But let me check the audio. Are we still good on the music? Shoosh. Yeah, the audio's still going. Okay, cool. Or at least the bars are moving across on the stream monitor. Oh, you know what? Let me double check that. Ooh. To make sure it's on. Yeah. Okay, we're good. I just want to be sure. I put on like a long music loop, but I didn't really check how long it was before I got going. I was like, what if I only put on a 2-hour one and then it auto played some weird something in the background? Wouldn't that be a lark? Okay. Boop. So that's a cool little sparkle. So that's like a teeny one, and I'm gonna do like a big one up here. And then maybe like one down here so it's like diagonal. Then that's it. Okay. Yeah, I know. Here we go. It's also getting late. It's time for dinner. I kept talking about eating lunch, but now I'm like, it's dinner time. For sure. I should have brought a beverage back here. I was gonna grab like a sparkling water or something, but I was like, that's gonna be a terrible idea. Because one thing about me is I be gassy and burping. Not intentionally. I just feel like I'm a lot more sensitive to carbonation than I ever used to be, so there would have been some mics down here. There's bound to have been some unpleasant throat gurgles at the very least. I decided I'd spare you all of that. Here we go. Shink. Shink. Just imagining little sparkling sound effects in my head. Cause life. Ooh. Nice. How's she look? Little sparkle accent? Fun. Yeah, that'll be cool. Okay. There's no rules. Woo! You know what would be tight? If I get really good at piping upside down. Just start decorating things upside down for fun. Like it's a fun party trick. Y'all, I know body dysmorphia is a thing, but this experience in the last couple days has really opened me up to like, y'all, what kind of face am I even making sometimes? I feel like I always hear that term more in relationship to like body type and body weight. Although I wonder if it also applies to like expressions and like you're like, oh, I thought I was making this kind of expression, but probably not. I'm just rambling. Yeah, I kind of don't like that, so I'm just gonna stick with the original and call it a day. I could go around the whole thing and see how that looks. Maybe I'll do that. But I did not place those accents very well in dead silence. We're just gonna listen to the music for a minute while I do this. I can focus and you can chill. Yeah. Hello. Okay, I like that better than just the random line. Oh, hi, Sodium. Sodium, 90 milligrams. Hi, Sodium. Yeah, I was like trying to plan out some Valentine's Day designs ahead of time so I could take some photos and then like offer them as a little promo see what happens. But yeah, welcome in. There we go. Piping upside down. Next level silliness. It's the only way I can think of to get my hands out of the way. And also have it like at a good... You have the same acoustic tiles? Nice. I just got them recently and put them up. They claim to be renter friendly, and I did a test. But I'm hoping that it comes off as cleanly when I go to take them down, like months from now. So far, so good. I got a couple different colors so I could kind of swap them out if I want to. Oh, true. Yeah, I imagine they're super flammable. They're just straight like felt material. Like, that would be not great. With any luck, I shouldn't have any open flames back here. There you go. I thought it was cool though because I got like the thicker ones and I can use it as like a little bulletin board. Like I could put push pins in. I found some push pins and I wasn't really paying attention and I bought them and I brought them home. I was like, oh, these, then like a pin part of them. I was like, oh, these are way too long for those little felt boards. And I was like, rats, gotta find some different push pins. But these ones are fine. But yeah, I figured I could like kind of mess around and customize the backdrop in that way if I had something that I could hang things on. I'm renting and I'm not supposed to like officially like hang anything, like no nails or you know, screws or anything in the wall. So this was my solution for the time being. It was just kind of like real boring in here otherwise. The living room is interesting because there's like a little recess on one wall into the ceiling where there's a rail up in the recess and you can, there are these little it's basically a wire with a hook that comes down and then you can like put them up in the rail and like adjust them lengthwise where you want them to be. And then you could hang like a painting without you know, using any hardware directly in the wall. But they only have those in the living room in this apartment, so that's like the only place where I can do that. So I kind of was trying to get creative. Snip the tip off the pins, not a bad idea. I have some like needle nose pliers that have the clippy part to them. But I've been talking about like I need to, I have a couple things on like my hardware wish list just for stuff to have around the house. I also need to invest in a nice like drill to have, like a handheld drill. That's just come up a couple times, like assembling furniture and stuff. It would have been handy to have. Also building cake armatures. I want to do that some more, like dowels and wooden plates and stuff for structures, so I can make kind of more extravagant designs and things. There we go, and touchdown at the bottom. Let's see. Okay, from this angle it looks pretty symmetrical. What about? Yeah, that's better. I think I do like the white outline. I was just gonna leave it with the blue border. I think the outline kind of adds something to it with the little sparkles up top. 3D printer. That would be sick. There's like a community crafting room nearby that has a 3D printer, and you can sign up for like a little how-to class on how to use it, and then you can like use it for a block of time or like reserve it for like a project or something like that, I'm gonna go check that out. That would be really cool. My sister dabbled in some like 3D printing stuff back in the day. She was dating this one guy and he had a 3D printer and they made some cool stuff. And I feel like they've come a long way since that, because that was like, I was gonna say several, but it was actually kind of many years ago now. So based on what I've seen online from other creators, I feel like they've come a long way now. Yeah, food grade filaments for the support pieces. There's also a really neat pastry chef. I was gonna say cake decorator, but I think she does general pastry and stuff from Ukraine. And her kind of claim to fame, she sort of innovated a method where she would 3D print unique sort of geometrical designs and then make silicone molds so that you could make like molded mousse type desserts, like entremet desserts, I think people call them that, from silicone molds. So like, you know, I don't know if you've seen, like you can make like a layer cake and then set it inside the mousse inside of the mold, freeze it and chill it, pop it out, use it as is, but it has all the cool recesses and shapes and things. Like there was cool different angular ones and also one that looked like a bunch of spheres joined together. Anyway, she made really unique silicone molds using a 3D printer. And then she would like glaze them in cool colors, like pouring over like a mirror glaze. So it's like, not only is it a really striking shape, it was also like a wow factor because of like the texture and the colors. Or in the cake world at the same time, I feel like that's when that cocoa butter spray became big. It's like you can airbrush cocoa butter based colorings onto cakes and stuff to make them have like a very soft, almost plushy appearance, because it doesn't come out like a smooth application, it comes out like flecked, like kind of like flocking, or what's another word for it? Yeah, stuff like that. 3D printer stuff would be sick. That'd be really cool. But yeah. Kinder eggs. Yeah. A legal stash of Kinder eggs. That would be tight. With the prizes inside. Because they do like stickers and tattoos now, right? Because of choking hazards. Kinder eggs are good. Also, that made me think of, are you a Cadbury cream egg person? Those are like real sweet. But like, I don't know, every year the Easter comes around, I'm like, I could eat one. I wouldn't do it like when I was younger and be like, I could eat 6 Cadbury eggs in one sitting, but yeah, they're really sweet. They also have the caramel filling ones, but Kinder eggs are where it's at. Also, I'm pretty sure the chocolate is pretty different on a Kinder egg versus like a Cadbury cream egg. Those are like Nestle chocolate, and Kinder chocolate is more, ooh, yeah, Peeps are too sweet. I love the look of marshmallows, and I love like watching people make handmade marshmallows, like when you pipe out the stuff, the meringue, those are cool, but Peeps are a lot. Reese's, I do like Reese's, but that was always something I would trade to, like, I don't know, back in the day when like me and my siblings would do trick-or-treating and then do a candy swap off after. I feel like several of my siblings were like crazy about Reese's, so those were always ones that I would trade away to them instead of hanging on to them. They're good, but I was never like super crazy about Reese's. I do like chocolate in general though. Yeah. Reese's Puffs always look good. I've never had Reese's Puffs, but they look pretty yummy. Yeah. Are you a freezer Reese's person? My sister always keeps her Reese's in the freezer. She's like, it makes them easier to unwrap. Also, she lives in Florida, so like, you know, you bring chocolate home from the grocery in the middle of summer. If you let it sit in the car for even a little too long, you're like, chuck it in the freezer. Fridge Reese's, yeah. Ooh, Thin Mints, like the Girl Scout cookies, those are really good when they're chilled, a little snappy. I know mint's divisive though. I feel like I was just talking about this, how mint is like an acquired taste, even when it's with like chocolate. Yeah, Fridge Reese's. This is making me hungry again. I was talking about cereal and yogurt earlier, and now it's creeping up on dinner time over here. Ooh, is crumble good? I've never seen it. I mean, I've never had it, but I've seen it in videos. They look big and exciting because they have such like a wide variety of flavors and stuff, but I haven't had the pleasure of trying them yet. They look pretty good. Like, anything that comes in a variety box is pretty exciting. Back when we were kids, my grandma would drop by sometimes on Sunday. She was a big churchgoer. And occasionally, I have a bunch of siblings, but she would drop by with a variety box of donuts, and that was always exciting to like get to pick a flavor. And she would come visit and hang out and play cards with us. I like a variety, I like to have a choice. Oh, nice. Yeah, I feel like that would be a crowd pleaser to bring to any event or potluck or party. Crumble cookies. Church and donuts. Yep. Yup. Yeah, me and my siblings, like, cause it was a special event, like getting donuts at the house. And so, like, if me and my sibling, like, if I would strike a deal with one of them and be like, okay, I'm gonna get this flavor, and if you get that flavor, then we cut them in half and like swap. And I was like, yeah. And we called it pulling a donut. It's just like, you know, like how you do if you like go out to eat and you're like, dang, I can't decide between these entrees. Well, we could get two and split them. Yeah. If it's not abundantly apparent, I love food. Oh, the Dubai, yeah. That's yummy. If you like pistachio, I love pistachio. I could see that being really delicious in a cookie form. I tried the like Dubai chocolate bar. They had them at the convenience store nearby, just like a little one. That was yummy. And then I saw a place, like a bakery nearby. They were doing Dubai chocolates, but their own spin on them, because instead of like, it's the like shredded, almost like phyllo dough filling with the pistachios and then chocolate on the outside. So they did that same filling, and then instead on the outside of it being like dipped in chocolate, it was wrapped in like a rice cake, like a mochi like texture almost, that had like cocoa powder mixed into it and then dusted in cocoa. And I was like, that was really good. It was like same thing, but like in a different direction. It's pretty cool. Little twist on the excitement. Whatever the crunchy stuff is and inside is good. Pardon me. I had like a stomach rumbly. Talking about food, I'm getting hungry. Yeah, I think this is gonna be the last design of the day. I got snapped some pictures of it and stuff, but it is almost dinner time over here, so that'll be good. I could totally see that, yeah. Anytime there's a fad over here, it seems to be like a nationwide event. Like a few years ago, there was like a special flavor of potato chips. It was honey butter potato chips, and it was kind of like, I don't know, in the US a few years back, you know, the whole Popeyes chicken thing. I don't know, there's always something like that where there's like a craze and then there's a run on them to like get them, and people stock up on them and try to sell them on eBay. But there are these honey butter potato chips. And I was years behind the trend, obviously, but I did try them. They tasted weirdly like butter. I really don't know how to describe it. I tried it one time. It was pretty good. I mean, I like a chicken sandwich. Their pickles are good. Yeah, honey butter. Popeye Sando was pretty fire. I think I only had it the one time. No. Yes. No. I had one time I had the regular one, and then one time I tried the spicy one. And that was pretty much it. They look good, I thought. I mean, were they worth all the riotous excitement? Couldn't tell you, but it was delicious. If you like a fried chicken sandwich. Yeah, the honey butter ones were good, but like not a flavor I would get again and then eat a whole bag of. I'm not always like a potato chip person. I like a kettle chip every now and then, like a really nice crunchy one, but just like a general kind of like thin potato chip. I want a crunchy one, and those are fine. But like I would go for another flavor before I would go for the honey butter. Yeah, they I only tried one brand of them though. I know they have a couple different brands. Hi, Reaper Spear. Yeah, the heart piece was a piece of cake. It turned out pretty good, or pretty well. It's like a really basic design, but I thought it would turn out nice in buttercream. Because I'm thinking buttercream designs will be more fun to watch on stream. Plus they're more delicious to eat than fondant. But yeah, so I'm trying to come up with some cool ideas where it's like a design I can put together in a couple hours, so like a couple hours max. So like maybe more simple stuff, but then integrate some exciting projects also along the way. So yeah, I started tilting the cake with my grippy stand. I think that's about as far as we can go before it starts sliding off. But if I decorate at this angle, I feel like that's gonna work a lot better. I've been workshopping some ideas. But yeah, I feel like if I decorate at this angle, it's a lot better than if it's like, we were talking about that earlier, like I should do a top-down view so that people can like see the top of the cake. But that was before I busted this cake stand out. And now I feel like I'm on to something, so that'd be cool. Oh, I know, yeah, the pottery guy who like drops all the ceramics and makes them, yeah, that'd be cool. I'm gonna send this one off and make sure it gets eaten, so I don't want to totally destroy it, but for in the future there was talk of getting for Twitch, getting a large like sledgehammer and put my logo on it and then like make that a bit every now and then and just smash the cake. That would be tight. I'm gonna have to do some planning for that and like get a drop cloth or a tarp, but it'd be fun. Plus also, a lot of times I send these off to work with my husband in his office, and they have said multiple times, they're like, we don't care what the cake looks like, we'll still eat it. Cause like, I was like, I don't wanna send them a cake that I like sliced up, but yeah, Gallagher style, yeah. Smashing some melons, yeah. But yeah, so they said they're fine with eating the cake in whatever state it is, because I started doing more cutting videos of like, so you could see what the inside looked like for a fun reveal on like my edited videos on YouTube, and yeah, they said they'd eat it anyway, so like I literally like cut one open and then like kind of shoved it back together, because I cut it like right down the middle and then nudged the two halves back in together. Yeah, that too. And that happens sometimes because I'll have like cakes, I'll bake a batch of cakes and I'll have some extra ones in the freezer. And like if they've been in there a while, I tried one and it had been in there a couple months. It tasted fine. It's still within date. If you wrap it up, it's not gonna get freezer burned. But like you don't want to push it, you know, how long you're keeping stuff around. And then other times I'll have like random multiple colors of frosting, you know, that I just need to like make use of. And like I'd rather turn it into, you know, like a cool design instead of like letting it go to waste. Like if I have extra frosting or something, turn it into a cool design, smash it with a hammer, send it, give it a proper send off. But yeah, because like you don't want to be wasting food. And I know that's like a challenge that like I don't know, people who design cakes solely for content, people are like, are you gonna eat it? Is somebody gonna eat that cake? Because yeah, you don't want to be wasting food. I don't personally. Yeah, so anytime it's like a cake that's bigger than like 2 servings, I make sure that it's like getting sent off somewhere where I know a happy group of people will be receiving it. Friends and family, co-workers. There's always somebody. Yeah, all the diabetes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Also, I can't just be eating it all the time. Or it would be bad. So, it's good to spread the love around. Yeah. And so far, people haven't gotten sick of it. Sugar substitutes? Yeah. I've used, sorry, smack the mic. I've tried stevia in baking, honey. I know it's not like a no sugar substitute, but it's like slightly less processed, which is good. And then they have like I've heard of it before, but I didn't know what it was. Xylitol is a big sugar substitute here in Korea specifically. It's like birch juice extract. It's not good for dogs. Apparently, like, you can't use it in baking for dogs. I just learned that recently, so it stuck out in my head. Yeah. Yeah, cake all the time with the acne. Yeah. Oh, sugar substitutes. Yeah, so I've tried doing some substitutes. The main thing you have to like get used to is the ratio, because stevia in particular and a couple other ones like monk fruit, the ratio of like weight or volume to sweetness isn't the same, so you have to play around with the recipe, because you need a certain amount of sugar for the structure of the cake. But if you did a 1-to-1 ratio of stevia and sub that in for sugar in a recipe, the sweetness level is going to be like off the charts, because it's like something like 3 times as sweet as regular sugar. So you have to play around in recipe testing to make sure that you get like, you know, the texture of the cake right, but also the flavor of the cake. Yeah, I'm in Korea. I'm like just outside of Seoul. I guess I'm technically Gyeonggi-do. It's like near Seoul, I guess. I'm not like in the thick of the city, basically. Yeah, but yeah, cake all the time. I used to have a lot of acne breakouts. I've gotten it under control recently, but that was definitely a battle when I was younger. Acne all the time. I don't know if it was diet-based. I think it was mostly hormonal, but got a handle on that after a lot of trial and error, but it sucks. I feel for anybody who's got like crazy acne. It really sucks. Speaking from personal experience, I feel like it just like when I was younger, it made my you know, like really tanked my self-esteem. I feel like I would have more developed social skills if I didn't have such terrible acne when I was younger. Whatever, it's in the past, but I like, you know, I was like kind of thinking sometimes about that. I was like, I would maybe be, you know, more socially adept if I hadn't been so self-conscious all the time when I was younger. Whatever. Yeah, South Korea is cool. I've lived here for over a year. I like it a lot. Still a lot of exploring to do. I'll be here at least another year, possibly longer if we extend. And yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm waiting for winter to be over so I can go do some more mountain trails. There's so many pretty mountains around here. So yeah, to Reaper's point, I feel like I feel like teenage years are full with a lot of you're just figuring things out. There's a lot of decisions and emotions going on, so I feel like it's not unusual to have some regrets about those years. It's developmental. People are just trying things out. Yeah, military. Yeah, so we're here for minimum 3 years, up to 5 years. So we could extend or move somewhere else. So yeah, that's what I was talking about. A lot of times my cakes that aren't for an intended customer, like if I don't have a specific custom order from somebody, the ones I'm just making for fun or recipe testing or trying out new design techniques, take them up to base, and there's always somebody that is willing to eat cake. So that's good. Yeah, Lunar New Year's coming up. Year of the horse. Do we got any horses in the chat? They do. Lunar New Year's big here. Also, it's kind of cool because for military, they get the Korean holidays, but also get US holidays. So there's time off around Lunar New Year typically, which is cool. Lunar New Year's big here. Also, Chuseok is like the Korean holiday for like Thanksgiving, like their holiday that's surrounded, you know, around family, giving thanks for being grateful. Basically, it's a big family type holiday, and that's one of the other big holidays that they take off like a couple extra days. It's definitely like a work hard, play hard kind of culture here. Like people be working 6 days a week and stuff. So when there is a holiday on, oh, Buddha's birthday is also big here in March or May. I can't remember. I want to say May. I think it's in May. There was lanterns everywhere last year for Buddha's birthday, which is cool. There's a Buddhist temple nearby, and they're always playing. It's really pretty. The architecture on the temples and the what do you call it? Like the painting style on Buddhist temples is really pretty. That, you know, color palette that you see. I'm a rooster also. Nice. You're the rooster. Europe has probably has more public holidays, probably. Yes, they celebrate it, Buddha's birthday, and again, I'm blanking on, I want to say it was May. I feel like it was further into spring. We could look it up. I got my phone right here. Buddha's. Oops, can't spell. May 24th, evidently. So, now we all know for this year. Yeah, there's also usually like festivals going on for around his birthday. In Seoul they did for I think it might still be ongoing. It's kind of from calendar New Year to Lunar New Year. They do a lantern festival, which is really cool. And so along this one walkway along like a river, and they have a bunch of lanterns and also light displays like LED neons and stuff, and like different artists make different lanterns for the display each year. It's pretty cool. This year they had this really sick, it looked like neons, but they might have just been LEDs. Like several horses lined up in different colors, like the silhouettes, outlines of their silhouettes, and then like, I think I took a picture of it. I'll show you real quick. It might not like look super great on camera, but you'll get the idea. Pew! Uno momento. Yeah. Year of the horse. Cha-cha. Oh, it's blurry. Hang on. But yeah, it's kind of hard to see. What if I do like that? That's not even better, but yeah. Do they have a tree too? At the temples, some of them have trees. I might have missed what that was in reference to, sorry. Yeah. But yeah, Chuseok is later in the year. Chuseok's cool. What else is coming up holiday-wise? Oh, Christmas tree. Christmas is, like people decorate for Christmas. All the public spaces, like the trees will be decorated. People put up lights. The malls go and department stores go all out with like holiday displays. They don't do like a lot of time off around Christmas, like in the US at least, you know, there's like a winter break surrounding Christmas and New Year's. They don't do that. And like most businesses also don't close, so it's not, I don't think it's like a federal type holiday here, like an official holiday here that they have, like a work holiday basically is what I'm trying to get at. I was missing the words, but yeah, Christmas surprisingly, like, it's pretty big. You can't escape Mariah Carey. You still get Mariah Carey and all the Christmas music over here. She's everywhere. They're playing her in cafes, in the mall, everything. Yeah. Pardon. Our neighbors put Christmas lights up on one of their trees outside. Here in Australia, and there was no Mariah Carey. Sad day. I feel like she really brings the season in nowadays. Yeah. But yeah, all the cafes decorate and people do little, I don't know, I feel like I saw like, you know, Christmas holiday type promotions and stuff. There are just like a lot of cool events you can go be part of here for free. Like malls will always have like pop-up events and special events. Pumpkin spice? Starbucks is our big here, so like you can't escape the Starbucks pumpkin spice latte. But outside of Starbucks, I feel like just the sort of general cafes I went to, I didn't see pumpkin spice here. One flavor you do see around, like kind of year round, is sweet potato lattes. But some of the like lattes here, they aren't, like if you get like a strawberry latte and you order it, it doesn't have coffee or espresso in it. It's just literally like strawberry milk, which makes sense because latte just means milk. So it's like not implied if you order a flavored latte all the time, it's not implied that it has coffee in it. That was a learning experience. The sweet potato latte was pretty good though. Also, I really like the Korean style sweet potatoes. They're like more nutty and not like as sickly sweet as like American style sweet potatoes, like yams and stuff. I like those in a dessert application, but if I'm gonna eat it as part of like a savory meal, I feel like with like American style sweet potatoes, it can't be the only thing. Like I'm not a sweet potato on its own kind of person usually. I'm like, yes, as a flavor, add it to other flavors, or like, you know, with stuff, but like I don't usually just eat a sweet potato on its own. Here though, they're sweet potatoes with the like purple skin on the outside, more yellowy flesh on the inside. They're really good. They're like a little more nutty, which I like. And especially during the cold season, you can just find them at like any convenience store. Not any convenience store, but a lot of convenience stores will have just like a little case out front, and it has coals or like fake coals, and then you can just get a hot, fresh, they'll like wrap it up in foil for you, and you can just go around with your hot sweet potatoes. Pretty tasty. It's definitely better than like a hot dog that's been on a gas station roller forever. Ah, wonton soup, but not wonton noodle soup. Yeah, gotta be specific. Oh, and the H Mart, yeah. I got to go to an H Mart for the first time. They weren't super prevalent anywhere I'd lived before, but over the summer I visited my sisters in Texas and we went to the H Mart because my niece wanted to get like some snacks and stuff, and there was like a boba shop inside their H Mart, and so we got like boba and then walked around and got some snacks. And my sister was like, "You guys show us all the snacks that you pick. Like, which ones are the best? Because like I don't always know what to pick out here." And I was like, "I don't know. Just go off vibes." Turtle chips are good. I don't know if y'all had turtle chips. They're super crunchy. Kind of like layers. Corn-based. I'm pretty sure they're like a corn-based type of chip. Ooh, Korean sweet potato or Costco hot dog. Probably sweet potato. Just because, not gonna lie, living over here, I've gotten a little burnt out on hot dogs. So like usually a hot dog, I'm like, yeah, 4th of July, gonna like eat a bunch of hot dogs and hamburgers. Over here, it's kind of a more prevalent option. Corn dogs are really big, and then corn dogs with like mozzarella, those are big too. But also, I feel like if you go to a brunch place here and you order like a breakfast plate, it's not like what I typically think of like a breakfast pork sausage or something with like, you know, sage and spices. It's usually like a hot dog. Which is fine and stuff, but I just feel like I've eaten so many hot dogs lately. Eating a lot of incidental hot dogs. Like surprise hot dogs. I was like, oh, it comes with a hot dog? Okay, cool. But I'm like, yeah, sweet potato for sure. I do, speaking of hot dogs though, I do want to try budae, which is like the army base stew. It's got hot dogs in it. So it's like a Korean War type thing. I don't know, y'all probably heard of it too, but I haven't tried it in person yet. Korean War type thing where like, you know, they were just like using what they had, and like at the time, like US soldiers and stuff had like different food options. So like it was like a local thing, but then it gained popularity, and then now evidently there's like a dispute on like who originated the budae, the army base stew. So ramen, and then it's usually like a gochujang or some kind of spicy, salty broth, or kimchi in the broth and stuff. And then it has slices of American cheese and baked beans and like sliced up hot dogs or cut up Spam and other stuff. But it's more like a typically, or at least the place that's right near me that does it, and it looks really good because they have pictures of it on the window. Also, it's more like a family style, like sit down, almost like a hot pot situation. So I'm like, I can't just go there by myself. I gotta like find somebody to go with. I can't house an entire like 4-person serving budae. But yeah, it's like super salty. Speaking of sodium, 90 milligrams. It's pretty salty, so it's not like something you're gonna eat all the time. And it's kind of like junky food, but I want to do it sometime. Yes, Spam. Yes, Spam. Definitely Spam. For sure, Spam. You can get the rice balls with Spam in them. They have all kinds of like rice balls and kimbap, but some of them have Spam sometimes. Pretty good. I know you're not supposed to eat a lot of processed meats. And then, of course, something came across my feed that was like, yep, it's official. Ham causes cancer. All deli meats cause cancer. I'm like, don't tell me that. I like a salty, trashy treat sometimes. Korean pastries are great. So, like, French style baking is really popular here. So you'll find restaurants that do really awesome croissants and even other breads and things. Castella cake is really popular here, spongy type cakes. Salt bread is really big. recently. I feel like that's a craze that hasn't managed to die yet. It's delicious. Really buttery, but like not flaky like a croissant. It's still kind of made in a similar way where it's like dough that's rolled up, but there's like a butter in the middle, and then it usually has some chunky salt on the top. And it's like a rich yeasted dough, kind of like a soft roll, like a dinner roll, like a rich kind of buttery type bread. Those are so good with coffee. And then they'll do variations. I've seen some that have mocha, like a mocha sort of topping on top. So it's a little coffee with each bite, which is yummy. If you get salt bread, like a mocha salt bread and also a coffee, delicious. Chinese, not much from Korea. Gotcha. I'm trying to think of like Korean specific pastries. Kwapeki, that's a twisted donut. Those are really good. You can find those kind of around. Some people do them mostly rice flour, but other ones are also like rice and wheat flour. And the ones I've had like cinnamon sugar on the outside, and it's just like literally like a little twisted donut, kind of like the shape of like a long john. I feel like that's what people call the longer type donuts. Those are really good. And then bongupang, like the waffle, the fish that looks like a waffle. In Japan, I think they call it taiyaki. That's big here. And then the smaller ones, those are the ones I like. I think they're just called hodupang. Hodu is the word for walnut because the little waffle iron that they use is shaped like a walnut, and usually there'll be like the kind of waffly outside texture and then a walnut in the center, and then some of them have a different filling, like a red bean paste or a custard. I saw a cream cheese one and then like a chocolate one time. The red bean one's good. I like that one. And the custard one is also really good because it's like the cream cheese one. That was the one I liked better. The custard one and the chocolate one are on the sweeter side, but the custard one, you got a little tangy thing going with the walnut, so I felt like that was pretty good. Yeah. Lamington, soft and coated in chocolate and coconut. I'll have to look that up really quick. Lamington. I'm not familiar with that. Lamington. Ooh, that looks delicious. Australian dessert. Sponge or butter cake. That looks pretty delicious. I've never had the pleasure though. Also, I like that the coconut on the outside looks like very fine, like in most of these photos that have come up for me, like really fine, not like super big shreddy chunks, which looks pretty good. I have to try that sometime. See if I can find a place that makes it, or maybe try some recipes myself one time. That's cool. I'm gonna have to save that and come back to it and be on the lookout for it. Is it Lamington or Lamington, like long A? I could look up the pronunciation later. Nutella is a popular flavor here. There's some like crepe places if you go get crepes. Nutella is a big flavor. And I feel like I may have seen those little the walnut pastries. I feel like I've seen those perhaps with Nutella on the inside. I've been to a couple different places and they had like different flavors. Lamington. Oh, okay. So just like it looks like. Nice. Like it reads like it looks. Yeah. What other Korea specific pastries? I gotta think real quick. There's this one bread that I like that's like a I'm trying to think of I think typically Spanish or Mexican origin bread that has like the bread and then the concha bread that has like that coating on the outside. They do one here, and so it's like a soft roll bread thing, but then it has like this kind of almost caramelized peanut topping on the outside. That's really good. I gotta look up what that's called in Korean though. almost like a melon pan, but not. Melon pan's pretty popular here too. I feel like that's probably like, you know, those are popular in Japan too. Melon pan and, oh, egg tarts. I've seen, you know, egg tarts are somewhat popular here. Like small pastry casing, custard inside. Yeah. And then more traditional style stuff, again, like rice cakes. Tried different rice cakes with different like toppings and fillings and stuff. So some with red bean, that's always a popular flavor. What is it? Soybean flour. It's like a little nutty. It'll be like a rice cake and it'll be tossed in soybean flour or black sesames or stuff. And what was the other one? I've tried like, oh, mugwort. Mugwort is like a plant and it's popular flavor for certain pastries, especially like seasonally. I think like spring is like mugwort is the thing. Spring, you can find like mugwort lattes and mugwort rice cakes, different stuff like that. More traditional pastries. Hotok. Those are good and they come savory or sweet. It's like that, it's like a stretchy dough and then sometimes it'll have a filling. Sometimes it'll be like vegetables, meats, noodle or japchae all inside, and then they like mash it down on a big griddle covered with oil, so it's like fried at the same time as it's being pressed. But you can also find red bean filling and this really yummy like walnut sesame caramel filling, sometimes with like cinnamon in it too. So that's like the dessert side of those. Those are really good. But yeah, French pastries and French style bakeries are also pretty popular here. Like chains, but also like individual cafes and bakeries doing their own thing, doing their own style. Also, fruit's always a good dessert option here. Fruit's really delicious here, but it's really expensive. And it's like you gotta pay an arm and a leg. Over the summer, on a whim, I was walking back home and I saw a watermelon. I was like, ooh, you know what? I haven't had a watermelon in a hot minute and it's the middle of summer, so it should be good. And at that point, I had, you know, tried different foods and, different fruits. And I was like, okay, fruit's expensive, but I haven't had like a bad fruit. Anyway, got the watermelon. It was a decent sized watermelon, but it was like, I just kind of sended it and I was just like, I'm just gonna get it. I didn't really like pay attention to the price. It was like $25 for watermelon. That's crazy. It was good, but I was like, dang. Guess I'm not gonna be getting a full watermelon next year. Also, the guy at the fruit stand, he gave me like this little cord that wrapped around it like a nylon, or not nylon, kind of plasticky cord that wrapped around the watermelon and then had a handle on it so I could just like walk home with it, which is cool. I had to keep switching arms because I was still kind of far from the house, so I was like, oh, this arm's getting tired. And then swap to this arm and then double arm it. And I'm like, okay, working out the biceps and the triceps now. Yeah. Oh, your comment just appeared down here for quite delicious for finger food and dangerous because it's easy to eat too much of it. I could see that, especially anytime a sweet is in like a small bite-sized portion. It's easy to lose track of how many you've been eating. Those look really good though, and also I imagine like it looks like it'd be like a perfect mouthful, like a perfect bite, because it's got just a little bit of everything. You know, like with a standard cake, you're like, okay, sometimes you got frosting in the bite, sometimes not, but the way they're constructed, like cake, possible layer of jam, outside coconut, like so every bite's gonna be a good one for sure. Oh, strawberries from Japan. They fly them around Lunar New Year. Yeah. Oddly, for me at least, it's funny to me that strawberry season is like January, February here, because I'm used to it being like summer season back home. Summer was when you always get the best strawberries, but you find the best strawberries out here during January, February. So I don't know if it's just because like they dedicate more like greenhouse space to them or something. Because it's so mountainous here, I've heard that's like why fruit is more expensive, because there's only so much like farming land to dedicate to produce and stuff like that. And then if you're not growing it domestically, you gotta fly it in, like you said, fly it in from somewhere else. So yeah, makes sense. Bake a durian cake. Try and get me kicked out of my apartment. I would like to try durian. I haven't had the pleasure yet, but I've heard it's real stinky. Met a friend recently and they said that they like durian a lot. They used to live in China? No, I don't think so. Anyway, they said they lived somewhere before where they had durian all the time, and they saw it here recently, and then they were like, oh, they have it, you know, like I don't have to buy a whole durian, I'll grab this because it's like a smaller serving of it, because they're the only one in their household that likes it. And then they brought it home and their wife hates durian. And so like they immediately took it home and popped it in the freezer, and the next morning their wife, who was also super pregnant at the time, so probably sense of smell was sensitive, was like, did you bring durian into our house? And he was like, dang, I thought if I put it in the freezer that would like, you know, kill the smell a little bit. But yeah, I haven't tried durian. I'd like to. I know it's like an acquired taste or whatever, but it's on my list. Durian cake, I don't know. We'll see how that goes. Durian cream puffs. Yeah, I bet that would be good. Like, I've heard it's like a very sweet flavor, and then the smell is like a little more funky. The flavor has like a little funk to it. Tech bros from Denmark, they liked it. Yeah, I guess like durian wouldn't be a typical thing you would find in Denmark, just based on the climate. So that's cool. I'm gonna try it one time, but I also that's another one that I need to find like a small serving of it somewhere. I don't want to commit to a whole fruit of it in case like I don't like it. Durian ice cream. That could be good. Nice and mellow. Make the custard with it. I need to get an ice cream maker again, or like get the attachment for the KitchenAid and make some ice creams. I had a friend, a mutual friend with my husband back in Virginia. And this man loved ice cream, but he was also super lactose intolerant, so he was always making ice cream at his house. But like, I guess taking lactate or whatever, the like when you know you're gonna eat something, like you eat it in advance. That poor man. But he loved ice cream. We went out one time to this food festival, and it wasn't even noon yet, and I had committed, because I was like, oh yeah, I'll get ice cream with you. I don't care what time of the day it was. But yeah, it wasn't yet noon o'clock, and we had already tried like 2 different ice cream stands. I'm like, how's this man gonna survive? Yeah, durian is supposed to be really smelly when you cut into it, and evidently people say like it has like that sickly sweet kind of like, I've heard people compare it to like a rotting flesh kind of smell. Like evidently it's a very specific stink that it has, so it's a pretty divisive flavor and also choice to bring around the house. Heavy Asian market in Cali. Yeah, I bet. Like, so that's like, you could have more of those, you know, unusual produce, or at least unusual to certain areas of the US type produce. Ninja Creamy. Yeah, I need to like read some reviews and pick out a cool one, a good one that will serve me well. I don't need like a huge one, because I'm not gonna be making big old batches of ice cream, but It would be nice. I had like the bucket style one. It died sadly. It was just like a sunbeam one. It was literally like you put the bucket inside the other bucket full of ice, and then you put the ice cream maker on top. But alas, she left us, and so I need to. That was years ago, so I never replaced it. So I could get. I do have 2 different size KitchenAids, so I could just find like a ice cream attachment for one of them. If that's the right size. Probably find one used online and order it. I feel like that's a phase type thing that people go through. Like, I'm going to be the guy that makes all the ice cream and sorbet and gelato and stuff. So maybe I could score a used one online somewhere. Especially since my KitchenAids are like older models, so that's probably going to be the case anyway. They're not super. They've been around for a while. Yeah, Baskin Robbins Cold Stone. Start making ice cream cakes on stream. Be like, guys, it's a race against the clock. The ice cream's melting. We've got to pipe this whatever in time. I do love an ice cream cake though. Ice cream cake's fire. Recently I was visiting home and a friend's birthday happened, and there was a delightful miscommunication to where I was gonna bring a cake, and then it turned out like they moved the party. It wasn't like a party, it was like 4 of us were gonna get together and do cake and just hang out. I wasn't gonna have enough time to make the cake, so I was like, I won't have time to make a like design from scratch, but I'll pick something up because I had already committed. Like that's what I was gonna bring. People were gonna bring other stuff, and somehow birthday girl didn't realize it because I told her roommate, and she had gone out and got an ice cream cake, and so then there were 2 cakes and a fruit pie because her other roommate got a little fruit tart situation. So it was a delicious dessert type day. It was good though. The ice cream cake was yummy. Obviously we started with the ice cream cake because that's the priority. Yeah. I didn't make it to the fruit pie. We were like hanging out, cutting one, getting some slices. I had to leave before we made it to the fruit tart, which is fine. I do like a fruit tart though. Fruit desserts are popular here too. Trying to think of other like traditional Korean pastries I've seen. My brain's fried. I gotta go eat something. Whole food cakes? Like a cake from the store Whole Foods, or like cake made with organic ingredients? I haven't tried any cakes from Whole Foods. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I haven't tried any cakes from Whole Foods, but as far as like trying to use better ingredients, I say go for it. I know unless that's like your specialty as a bakery, it's not always something very. Oh yeah, I feel like the other grocery store chain, Publix, there's like maybe a southeastern thing in the United States. They also have some like signature cake flavors like that are like popular. I haven't tried Whole Foods cakes. I live sort of near one when I lived in Virginia, but I went there a handful of times for like specific stuff, but I didn't shop there super regularly because it was slightly out of the way, but it was cool. They had a lot of kombucha, so that was fun. You can always find like specialty flours there and like other specialty like whole type ingredients. Obviously that's their whole deal. But yeah, dang, talking about food again. Berry chantilly cake, that sounds really good. Whipped cream, chantilly cream, and fruit. I feel like that's a winning combination anytime. Even if you just get like a bowl of berries and have some chantilly cream on top, it's delicious. You might already know this, probably already know this, but I'll let you in on a secret. Chantilly cream is just whipped cream. It's just a fancy name for, you know, whipping cream. I'm pretty sure. I'm like 99% sure I'm not lying to you. But I'm double checking. I don't want to be spreading misinformation. I do love a berry-centric dessert. Yeah, it's just whipped cream. Okay. I was like pretty darn sure, but I also like, I'm always second guessing myself. Nope, it's just whipped cream. My mom during the summer, so like our thing growing up, we would go pick blueberries at like a, like you show up and you pick your own fruit and buy it kind of place. We would do blueberries, and then my mom would always do like certain like blueberry desserts during the summer, and they would put the rest of them in the chest freezer, and then we would have like blueberry pancakes throughout the year, sometimes on the weekend. And there's this one dessert that she made. It had like a cream cheese whipped cream thing, like you just mix them together and it's fluffy and stuff. And then it had like a pecan sort of streusel bottom crust, and then berries. So like it would have some fresh berries and then some berries that she had cooked down to like a compote kind of sauce stuff. That stuff was delicious. I have the recipe. I need to make it sometime. You can do it with frozen berries or fresh berries, but she would always put fresh berries on the top at the end, especially if it was like right around the time we had picked all of them. So good. Same. Around myself, I love oatmeal, but I don't have the steel cut ones. I think the ones I get are just rolled oats, but they have, in the frozen section, they have like classic blueberries, but then they also have like the little ones, the main blueberry ones at the commissary. Those are good too, because they're like, you know, more evenly spread throughout the oatmeal. And I like to switch it up, so I'll pop like different frozen berries on it, or sometimes I'll have bananas on hand, and then swap up different nuts if I'm feeling like I want to crunch, something crunchy, and like pecans, or I don't usually have walnuts on hand. Pecans, or again, pumpkin seeds. I always have pumpkin seeds, and I feel like they make for a good snappy crunch in your oatmeal bowl. Yeah, if you have fresh fruit, you gotta prioritize. Apples sometimes, chop up apples. Ooh, one fruit that I have had here, I have had the pleasure of getting to try some new fruit since I've moved here. Like there's these little yellow melons here. Those are really good. I like them even better. They're similar to a honeydew type melon, but way juicier, and I think I like them better. More flavor to them, also just more juicy. What were we talking about? Oh, the other fruit that I got to try here, I hadn't tried before. Back home we have like yellow flesh peaches, but they have white flesh peaches here. And the ones that I've seen that I got, they were like also gigantic. And they were so good. Like really sweet and fresh and just an excellent, like, what I think of like biting into a delicious cartoon peach would be like. Also, there's, in the convenience store, there's like this one flavored water. They have like a lemon one, but they also have a peach flavor one. And it's like an electrolyte drink, but that one tastes just like a peach. Like it tastes like the skin of the peach and the fruit of the peach and everything, like the whole situation. It's really good. And yeah, the peaches were good. I got them from a little fruit stand the most recent time, but they were selling them for like 10 each. Like it was like you got them 10, and I didn't like want to take the time and be like, could I just buy 5? Is that like a thing you can do here? Like, do I have to buy 10? Anyway, so I had like a ton of peaches. So I gave a couple to my neighbors, because they have a little garden during the summer, and they would bring over produce, which was sweet. They grew a lot of arugula this summer, and they were always hanging a little bit of arugula on our door, which I'm like, wow, how pleasant. yeah, so I had a bunch of peaches. So ate most of them fresh, but I also tried to bake with them because I was curious how they would hold up. If they'd be like more snappy or mushy versus like a yellow peach. And they were delicious. I made a little peach cobbler. They are a little firmer in texture than like a really juicy yellow peach when it's like overripe. Yeah, W bioengineered drinks. Yeah, who knows what kind of flavoring agents they put into those beverages. But I like macerated the fruit, like let it sit and marinate in the sugar and soften up a little bit more because they had a little bit more crunch and bite to them. So that was in hindsight, that was like a good call because they were a little more crunchy. So they had a little time to soften. And then even after I baked them, they weren't just like disintegrating, which I like. I don't want like super mushy fruit in baked goods. I mean, certain applications for everything, but cherries, I feel like I've seen them. I haven't gotten any cherries recently. That's a good point though. I mean, there's cherry trees everywhere. Have I had a lot of cherries recently? I feel like I must have seen them in the supermarket near me. Yeah. I don't know that I've noticed them at like the fruit shops or like fruit stands near my neighborhood, but yeah, I do love cherries. I like the Bing ones, like the yellow and pinky color ones, but I also like the really dark colored ones. Those are delicious. Yum. I like cherries a lot. Another novelty in the food, I was just thinking about like what's around in this area. Sometimes there's like a guy who has like a truck and he parks it, and then there's like rotisserie chickens all in the back of the truck. A friend of mine who's lived here for like 2 years longer than I have, she said in her old apartment they had a guy who came around and his chicken was super good. So like he would just park outside the apartment building and people would like get like a little rotisserie chicken from him on the way home. And I saw a guy posted up near us one time near the park. I didn't try it. It's more like it happens over the summer. I haven't seen him recently, but I might try it. She said she tried his and it wasn't as good as the one next to her her old apartment since she moved to the neighborhood I'm in, but yeah. Oh, I guess I should, at this point I should have swapped to the just chatting category. I know that's a thing you gotta keep up. I know, like if the smell just wafts up to your apartment, you gotta like float out your apartment like a cartoon character. On a sadder note, apparently that is a problem here. People like hanging rugs or things outside their window that like when you're in a big apartment and like trying to like dust or clean. Apparently there's like a certain number of deaths per year in this country of people falling out of windows because they're trying to like air out. We swapped to the just chatting category just to be on. Thanks. Just to be real with what we're doing now, because I'm not even decorating anymore. We're just chatting. But yeah, it's not very hard to find good chicken around here though. I have gone to like a couple of the just like rotisserie chicken restaurants. So good. Also fried chicken obviously is big here. Super good. I am now. My lovely assistant just swapped me over, luckily, so that's good. Yeah, chicken smells. Yeah, I gotta eat some dinner, y'all. I'm getting hungry. Yeah, but should figure out what to do. I think Friday, gonna stream on Friday morning, South Korea time, which similar time for Australia, but US time will be Thursday evening. I think you buy the whole chicken at the fried chicken spots. I think you can buy pieces at most places. A lot of places though, that are a Chimek place, it is more like catering to like a group thing. But some places where you get takeout, like if you go and pick up food, it's like you can kind of pick a smaller amount. You don't have to get the whole chicken every time. It just kind of depends on the place, it feels like. Yeah, but on Friday we had a request the other day for a Stitch cake, so we might make a Stitch character cake since that was a request. And then later in the months we have some more fun themes coming up, just for anybody who missed it, when the new Resident Evil game comes out, I think February 27th, which is also a Friday. Gonna make some kind of Resident Evil themed cake. I'll try to get some inspo from the latest game, obviously. Or maybe just do like a classic, probably something based on the latest game if I can suss out something cool to base a design off of. Or just making something classic Resident Evil, like, I don't know, like a messed up pan that you're pouring stuff on, or could like retroactively make something from the Village game. Make the, what's the big lady's name? She had like a French name. Shoot, I'm not gonna be able to remember it now. Yeah, but we'll do that later on in the month. And next Monday, just for catching people up, I'll be on, but I'll be making like a more generic design. Assistant big production going here in the studio, apparently. Yeah. Yo, my unpaid assistant. Lovely all the same. He just got home. I was rolling solo earlier, so like the battery died. I like had to like jump in and get it, and then had to run to the kitchen for something. He was very friendly and obliging the last couple times. Listening in, I was like, I gotta grab that cake out of the fridge, that extra layer, and then suddenly he appeared in the doorway. Yeah, gotta get like a proper cameraman. He was helping me adjust the angles last time. This time I was going solo, but that'll be how it is on most days, especially Mondays. Streaming on the weekends, almost always have some extra help, but I feel like I need to get really good at doing all the stuff myself and trying to be on top of everything. Especially, I think, discovering through trial and error. I feel like I'm gonna have to like be more intentional about like changing the camera angles every now and then. Even if it means like pausing what I'm doing and then like, okay, we'll move the camera and then move it back or whatever. I think that'll help a lot because depending on what we're working on, it'll be crucial. Yeah. But yeah, so those are the upcoming plans. Oh, what I was saying about Monday, it's just gonna be a generic birthday cake type design that somebody ordered from me. So we'll still be hanging out and we can still like make some plans for cakes later in the month. But that one will be sort of generic. And then the following Friday, I want to pick another cool themed design. We've had some cool suggestions so far, so I have been writing them down. Some of them are like bigger suggestions that are going to take some planning, but a Trump cake. Yeah, just make his big old, I don't even know if buttercream would support itself well enough to do his bouffant or his coif. Yeah, I don't know. I've only recently got into making faces. That's something I want to practice more, like actual proper sculpture with modeling chocolate, not fondant, because modeling chocolate, you can work with it longer before it dries out, and that's going to be really important if you're trying to like sculpt an actual face. So that'll be a thing. My first try was Adam Scott's character, Mark S. from Severance. And it was fine for a first try, but I learned a lot in the process, so I'm ready to try and improve on it. Yeah, that'll be a skill that needs some honing, because there are some sick decorators out there who are making like lifelike busts. I know Side Surf is one that a lot of people have seen. She made like a cake of her own head, and then there's a pretty popular picture of her in the cake world anyway, of her holding her head next to her head and then making the exact same face, and it's very like uncanny valley, but it has like a slice out of it, obviously. And then there's another, I mean, there's probably tons of people, but people in specific that I'm thinking of that kind of specialize in that thing. There's another amazing artist. Their name escapes me at the moment, but that's like their whole thing, is making very expressive faces with really delicate features. I'm talking like she goes in and paints every freckle and then like does layers and layers of color to where it looks like skin. Like it's not just like a one-dimensional face you're looking at. And she does like workshops around the world. Like she literally travels around the world and teaches people specialized cake decorating. That's crazy. But yeah, she's done a lot of really cool ones. What's her name? I'm gonna look it up real quick before I sign off here. But in case anybody's interested. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. And she's done like a lot of them. That's like her specialty. And like the crazy thing is she's done different ages. Like she's done like older elderly women and like fresh little cherub-like children. Carla Puig, Sugar Atelier. Yeah, so it's like Carla Puig, Puig _ and then Sugar, and then Atelier, like Atelier. She's really cool if you want to see some sick cake bust. Like, I'm talking crazy stuff. Like, she made the queen. Hang on. Oh, hang on, this is just not great. But that's crazy. You can't really tell from my phone how good she is, but bananas. So like, that would be cool to try to do some more realistic type sculptures. It is a little creepy, like really uncanny valley how she does it. And I think it's all like how she layers the colors and the eyes that she makes. Those are really cool. Like she spends a whole like number of hours making the eyes. Really cool. Like she makes them separately and then inserts them. And then there's videos of her just going up in tiny detail with teeny tiny tools, just like gently shaping like eyelids and wrinkles and creases. It's bananas. So that would be fun to dip into. And you know, at least take a crack at it. I'm not a super realistic type sculptor at all, so it would definitely be like something to practice a lot. I don't know, a lot of the sculpting I've done in cakes is more stylized and like cartoony or cutesy. It's never like hyper-realism hasn't been my forte thus far, so yeah. Yeah, just the eyeballs and the freckles is bananas. Kind of want my cakes to look like cakes. Call me basic. Yeah, same. If I'm gonna eat it, I don't want it to be looking back at me. Yeah, that'd be crazy. Nice haul. I did the hand motion and then bailed out of it. Yeah. That'll be fun. So we gotta pick, not this Friday, but next Friday, we should pick another, I feel like, video game character that we're gonna do. I'm gonna do a Yoshi cake coming up soon. I was talking about that earlier, but like I already wanted to do a Yoshi cake. I just had a feeling because like he's a really cute round character that I feel like would translate really well into some form of cake business. And then I saw that the new Mario trailer that came out was like, oh look, Yoshi joins the team basically. So I'm like, perfect. It doesn't have to be topical, but it's gonna be topical. But yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna sign off here and get some dinner because we were talking about chicken and fruit and I was already hungry and I was like starving. And yeah, so thanks everybody for hanging out and check back. We'll do some more interesting cake projects coming up. Yeah, check back for Stitch on Friday. I think we're gonna lock that in and do some kind of Stitch cake. I'm not sure yet. Sorry, Friday my time. Friday morning to afternoon my time. Thursday US time. You know, but you'll see. There will be like notifications and stuff. But yeah, goodbye stream, goodbye chat. Have a great week. Oh, this is perfect timing because the battery's about to die also. But yeah, have a good week, everybody. You know, just getting started. Yeah. And goodbye, stream. See you guys later. Have an awesome week, awesome night. Get some rest. Do your thing. Yeah, and thanks for hanging out. Bye, Sodium.